Hello, everybody. How are you doing? Thanks so much for tuning in. Welcome back to our charity campaign to raise funds for medical aid for Palestinians by playing through all 256 games for Gaza inside of the itch.io bundle, which you can find here. It is no longer available for purchase, but if there are any games inside that you like the look of, definitely please go ahead and support them yourselves for money. That's how you usually support things. Anyway, so what's the rules of the charity campaign? Well, um, basically we give every game about 30 minutes of playtime. And then if you want to see more of a game, you like its vibe or whatever, for $5 you can go ahead and extend our game time by 30 minutes, up to a maximum of 2 hours. And so we'll just keep going. And I'm really happy with our progress so far, and I didn't notice it at the I kind of sort of noticed it last stream, but I didn't know for sure because apparently I've just forgotten. But someone did donate off stream, bringing our total almost to $400, which is really cool. So thank you all so much for tuning in, and thank you so much for donating, and thank you to everybody who's helped participate. It really means a lot to me that you're all willing to help out with this. So, let's go ahead and swap on over and get started with our first game of the night, which is called Rebellion Focus. And joining me today to help show it off is the wonderful Ocean, or Oseom, who was streaming some art earlier today, which you can go tune in, see some art, get a doodle redeem for 3,000 points. Very cute. Also, I don't know, but I don't think they've posted today's doodles yet. They should do that because they're cute. Anyway, let's go say hello to them. Hello, Ocean.
Hello there, Soroka VTube.
Hello. I don't know why I decided to introduce you completely off screen like that, but you're here now. Did you want to
That's
introduce
totally
yourself?
fair. Yeah, as Soroka said, I'm Ocean. I'm the one who doodles usually, and I also just realized that my Fugi is still set to my Sea of Thieves one. So give me just 1 second, and I will become non-pirate Ocean.
I mean, I'm okay with Pirate Ocean.
Uh, you know, if you want to, we can make this first one. I believe it's a role-playing one. We can make it pirate theme if you like.
If you'd like to.
Yeah, we can keep it thematic. It gives me an excuse to have this on. I spent like 10 minutes making this cute little hat for myself, so
It
might as
was
well.
well worth it. Hi, what's up? What's up is we are about to start our first game of the night,
Mhm.
called Rebellion Focus, and joining us today is Ocean. Good to see you, Zaki Lucky.
Hmm.
So, Rebellion Focus. Will you defy your fate or claim your destiny? Your old, once normal life has been taken from you in exchange for new gifts. You have been chosen to fulfill a purpose, a destiny, a prophecy by a powerful being or force. Do you do so willingly, or do you chafe at what's been bidden of you? By Siobhan at Spellbound Mage. A Hack of Lasers and Feelings by John Harper under a CC BY 4.0 license. Example settings: Lassie branded by a Falsi, which is Final Fantasy 13 terminology, in case
Oh yeah.
anybody is confused.
Definitely not the main reason why I looked at this and said, "Sure, I'll join that.
Mm.
That sounds fun."
Warlocks in a pack with an old god. Pirates equally blessed and cursed by the sea. Oh, there you go. Jones
Hey.
promised to a vampire coven. Fellows bound by an angel. And Paladin touched by the god of the sun. So,
All right.
first we must create a powerful force that has changed the characters. Roll or choose from the list below. Which, yeah. So before we do that, let's go ahead and start today's music, which is not Hololive music.
On Hololive. Oh my gosh, breaking the streak.
It's Radiohead covers done with the Mario 64 sound font.
Incredible.
Anyway, So create a powerful force to change the characters. So number 1, we roll. What is it?
What is it?
6, an old god. All right, starting off
All
strong.
right.
And then we roll a 1d3. So that is I think it's 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's a 2. Is that how it works? Is it divide by 2
Yeah, I
round
think
up?
so. Divide by 2 round up, so that way you can divide by 2 for the like 5 and like 1.
Mm-hmm.
You get those funky ones that are at the ends, and just make them line up with the other
Makes sense.
numbers.
All right. So it wants a new place of worship, which will divide by 2. Reverse time / rip a hole in reality. Okay.
Oh boy. Okay.
And if you do not help, you will be erased from history.
Oh joy.
So
what's the like the serpent whatever that if you don't help create it, it will destroy you in the future, whatever. I feel like this is having some very similar vibes to that.
I guess so.
Mhm.
The like Roka's basilisk or whatever, which is actually
That's
just
what it is.
that's an AI thing.
Mhm.
AI thing for people who really miss being Christian.
What a description. Not incorrect.
So create the characters. So Ocean, I will be the GM for this. So what is your character?
I think that my character, seeing as we're going with a pirate theme and an old god, I feel like fits that pretty well. I think
Mhm.
that maybe my character is was a pretty notorious pirate. Not like any big guy, but they were
A
they were
mediocre
they
pirate.
were yeah, well enough to have their name kind of get scowls and like
Above
grunts of
average.
disapproval. Yeah, exactly. But now they've been rendered into service for this old god, and now they gotta take care of its business, else they get ripped from history, and even more of their reputation just disappears.
Neuro, thank you so much for the raid. How was your own charity campaign tonight? I know you went for about 12 hours or so I hope that went really well. I hope you had a really good time. Thank you so much for the follow. Thank you for tuning in. My name is Stroka, the Magpie Treasure Hunting VTuber, and this month we've been raising money for medically aid Palestinians by playing through all 256 games inside of the itch.io bundle. And today we are playing Rebellion Focus, and joining me today is Ocean.
Hello. People from Neurostream may have recognized me since I raided over there earlier.
Oh, what a coinky dink. How goes the game so far? We've basically just started.
Mhm.
And yes,
We
if you
just
need,
discovered I'm a pirate.
you are a pirate who is in service to an old god who wants a new place of worship so they can what was it? Reverse time / rip a hole in reality. And
Mhm.
if you do not help, you will be erased from history. Is Ocean going to be a flirty beachside bartender? I don't know. Only one way for us to find out. Ocean, take it away.
All right. Well, let's see here. I feel like out of these ones, I feel like a previous soldier maybe might work. Maybe they were a soldier who, after the unexplained backstory war finished up, they were out of job and didn't really have much else skill-wise. So they went and
They
sent
turned to
themselves,
piracy.
yeah, turned to a life of crime.
Flirty soldier, you really want that flirty Ocean, huh, Haru? I see how it is.
Haru is very, very desperate to get some flirting in this story somehow.
Okay, but you are a soldier who later turned to piracy after the war ended because you didn't really have many other career prospects.
Hmm. Uh-oh, they're unemployable. Too real.
That's okay. You're unemployable, but you can still give Ocean money by going to fi.com/ocean, I think.
I
Fuck, I
think it's
should really.
Ocean, but yeah, no problem. I'm not gonna let you shill for me for free, Soroka. No.
Oh no, I don't have your Ko-fi up. Well, you can find
That's
it in
totally fine.
Ocean's. I'm pretty sure you can find it on Ocean's channel,
I've hidden it away. You
which
have to
is there.
find the X, where X marks the spot where you can find my
You
link.
can find it all on the Grand Line.
Oh my god. Monkey D. Luffy, is that you? Uh, anyways.
Sorry for interrupting. What is your style?
My style, I think my style would be maybe a little bit like angsty. Maybe actually, I think actually cautious might be more their style, especially if they've managed to survive their backstory war. You know,
Okay,
if they've lived, then I think a bit of caution, maybe a little bit of nervous caution, has served them well.
sounds good.
Mhm.
What is your keepsake?
I think I'd like to roll for this one actually, because I'd like a
Sure.
little bit of a random backstory here. I'm hitting random on the character creator.
I forgot to mention this, Ocean, but you can join this tabletop if you need me to, if you want to like roll them yourself. But
Oh,
otherwise, I'll
no problem.
this one especially I can just roll for you.
Yeah.
The Sanctuary one we might want to join.
Yeah,
Hello,
I'll go
Clown
ahead and do
Spin.
it for that one. Hi there, it's Clown, wonderful friend, Spin.
Good
That's
to see
right,
you.
middle name, wonderful friend.
Well, your keepsake is a knife, which is oddly fitting.
A knife, oh yeah. Definitely got some like sentimental purpose behind it. Which you'll find out later.
Ooh, all right. Special power.
You know, I'd like to randomize this one as well.
All right, sure thing.
We'll see what we'll see what the old god decides to give.
You got ice, which seems fitting.
Okay, cool.
Clown Wonderful Friend Spin is my legal name. Good to know.
Oh my god.
Now I can impersonate you.
Uh-oh.
And what's your new role?
My new role, or my new role for
This is like combat role.
Yeah.
Hello, Tasa. Good to see you.
I think that they finding out that they have cool ice powers, like many of us would probably use them to do things like trap people, especially if they're on the sea and there's water aplenty for them to use. Although it is salt water, so
It'll still freeze.
it'll still freeze. It just might take a little bit more effort than they're expecting.
So a trapper and your goal.
I think their new goal. I think maybe to relive an old glory. I think maybe they had a small taste of glory in the war, and now they kind of are trying to relive that kind of high. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that
they were rewarded for bravery at some point or something, and they want back in it.
Oh yeah.
What's up, Bird Brain? What's up is that we're about to play some rolly games with Ocean. Is what's up.
Hit me.
And okay, so you are, what was it, a cautious soldier with a knife keepsake, ice powers, a trapper, and your goal is to relive an old glory.
That's me.
So choose a number from 2 to 5. A high number means you're better at rebellion, emotion, impulsivity, humanity, passion, breaking norms. A low number means you're better at focus, calm, precise action, communing with the paranormal, trusting in fate, following a plan.
I think they would probably be being careful. Would lean a little bit towards 3, a little bit more on the careful side, but a little tinge of
little tinge of rebellion.
Yeah.
So a 3 then. Okay. So we'll get into this when we do some roly-polies.
Some roly-poly, dicey-doly.
So, let's go ahead and describe what you encounter, and then you can head off.
All right, sounds good.
So, one day, when sailing around with your crew, the fearsome ocean crew. Um,
Mhm.
your ship gets wrecked in a storm, and you're tossed into the ocean. And as you're like drowning, suddenly you feel something like pull you deeper under, and you have a dream where you see a blurry, indistinguishable object, but it is like radiating with immense power, and it tells you essentially that it needs a new place of worship, um, and that you're going to have to build it. Find a suitable place for it, and then fill it with all the treasures and artifacts that it wants.
Mm. Wants treasure and artifacts.
And then
Okay.
when it does that, it can uh, open a hole into reality and venture into your reality and become
Oh,
more distinct. And
power of
also,
treasure.
the power of treasure is very powerful indeed. And it tells you that if you do not do this for it, it will erase your name from the history records, and no one will ever remember you.
Oh no.
Which seems like a pretty unfortunate fate for someone who had a tinge of glory.
A would-be pirate legend.
So, is there anything that you'd like to start doing?
Yeah, I think after getting this message and being shunted back into their own consciousness and waking up in the sea, probably drifting on a piece of driftwood very conveniently,
Mm-hmm.
um, they would do the smart thing and try to get some help, or at least look for any signs of land nearby, and make their way towards whatever signs of civilization they can. Can't really gather treasure, artifacts, and the like without having yourself a ship on these seas.
Very
They're
true.
too familiar with that.
So, uh, when you do something with an uncertain outcome, roll 1d6 to find out how it goes. Roll plus 1d6 if if your past life prepared you for this, and plus 1d6 if you are embracing your new aspects,
Hmm.
which I'm assuming is your role?
Um, my goal is the role, I think. Um, so it's gonna be similar to that other game that we played, where you try to get towards your number. In which case, my character's like leaning more towards focus, I think. Or no,
You
actually
put it
no,
at
no. It's
3, so you basically exactly averaged yourself.
yeah, and I figured out no, these ones are the action type that I'm taking.
Yeah. Okay.
There it is. Yeah. Okay. So
So, uh, you need to call for help. Essentially, you're kind of trying to find some help, trying to get the attention of maybe like a passing ship or something.
mm,
So I'm gonna say that your past life as a pirate probably prepared you for to figure out how to do this a little bit.
yeah, their past is a soldier yelling and calling for help, a pirate yelling for their crew to help them out. All of that is prepared them to yell for help as much as they can here on the open ocean.
Now, are you using rebellion or focus? Is there like a particular like way that you want to call for help?
Yeah, I think that for them, they would having been in dire situations before many times, I feel like they would know that staying calm is probably the most probable way of them getting out of this situation alive, and they
I
should try to look for as many signs as they can, save their breath whenever they know for sure that there's no signs of any help on the horizon, and
sounds
do what they can.
good. Anonymous just donated $100 to charity.
Oh my
Holy
goodness.
moly! Thank you so much, Anonymous. That is beyond generous. I obviously, if you chose to be anonymous, I won't ask like if you want to extend this game. But Ocean, do you want to maybe like see about going a little bit longer with this game?
Yeah, if they like it, then we'll go ahead and do this one a little bit more thoroughly and see about this pirates
Yeah,
adventures a
we'll
little bit
see how
more.
it goes.
Yeah.
Gotta go now.
Well,
Bye. Well, thank you so much for tuning in. Really appreciate it. Have a good night.
have a good night. But yeah. All right, 2 die. Let's see what I get.
And
if I
using
manage to
focus,
take
so you want to
all.
roll over your number, which is
Yeah.
3.
Hmm.
There's a 4.
Oh, perfect.
If one die
Oh.
succeeds, you barely manage it. The DM inflicts a complication, harm, or cost.
Ooh, okay.
So, you manage to signal like a passing ship, and they get you up on board, but unfortunately, it turns out that like in the confusion of like you getting tossed aboard your ship, you don't have any valuables with which to like you have no coin, and they're kind of like, oh well, that's a little disappointing.
Oh no, I'm broke. I'm a broke pirate. This is too familiar to when I started Sea of Thieves.
Mm. So somehow you've lost your coin purse in the ensuing
Chaos.
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 But
Anyways.
they do at least take you. They were on their way back to port anyways, so they do take you back to a nearby local port that you're familiar with.
Awesome. I begrudgingly ride with them and try not to draw their attention too much, seeing as my pirate past may indicate to them that I might be worth some money turning into the authorities.
Yeah, better be careful with that.
Oh.
All right. So now that you have, excuse me, now that you have made it to shore, and you're in a town that's like, it's full of sailors, full of ships.
Hmm.
Where do you want to start to try and get your hand on helping to build this new shrine for this old god?
I think having been to a couple different islands as a pirate, I think maybe I would try to see if I can remember back to any islands that I think might make a good place. Specifically, if there's any islands I might have hidden some treasure already. Maybe thinking back and trying to like calmly go through my old memories and see if I remember. Is there any island that I remember that might make a good shrine for this thing that wants me to make a shrine for it?
Yeah. So you think back and you realize that not too long ago, you went down onto a shrine, or you and your crew set foot on an island, and buried your hull, and you were fairly certain that it was never going to get touched because the locals always spoke in such fearful hushed tones of this island, and they never set foot on it. So you're fairly certain that like, yeah, no one's gonna come looking for this.
Ah, excellent. It's already got some hauntedness to it.
Mm-hmm.
That like helps boost the hauntedness of whatever I'm working for, right?
Only one way to find out.
Oh boy, we'll find out for sure. Sounds like that's a perfect destination for my future shrine making. But
Mm-hmm.
can't
But
really get
first,
there.
yeah, first you
Yeah,
gotta figure out how to get there.
yeah. I'm gonna need a ship and probably a crew to help me out with it. Maybe some crew members who are a little bit less inclined towards asking about mysterious purposes.
Okay.
Yeah.
What do you want to focus on first, the ship or the crew?
I think maybe getting a crew would be more important, so that way I
Makes
can
sense.
have
Then
some
that way you can get
people.
away with the ship right away.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. So, knowing that you want the crew that like asks the least amount of questions, you go to like the seedy taverns in town,
Hmm.
and you start asking around to see if you can get any attention. So let's see how well you do with that.
All right.
So we're gonna have to get you to
Hmm.
roll some more dice.
Sounds good. I think thinking about this, again, my past as a soldier, maybe I was a little bit higher ranked than just your average soldier. Maybe
Mm-hmm.
that's why I'm like trying to taste that glory again of having control a little bit and being able to take advantage of the fact that some of these people might be willing to do my bidding. Oh my goodness, the taste of power. Um, and I think maybe they've got some history knowing about how to kind of manipulate some people, get some hands going the way that you want, for example. And so I think they'll be cunning and try to focus and use their their smarts to try and get people to join them without raising too much suspicion and also judging them on how well they'd be able to work. Maybe finding some people who would be really desperate, maybe to do any kind of work, or maybe, you know, trick them into thinking that perhaps summoning this great being will help cure any diseases, fix any problems that they might have.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
You're actually gonna have to tell them a lot because you have nothing to pay them with.
Yep. That's part of why I'm hoping that I can finagle my way to manipulate these people.
So you rolled a 3, a 5, and a 1. You want to roll over your numbers, so you have 2 successes, and one of these is a rebellion focus.
Ooh.
You get a special insight into what's going on. Ask the GM a question, and they will answer you honestly.
Okay. I get a special insight. Yeah. For any of these people out here, are any of them perhaps already touched by this deity, this god that like impacted me? Maybe are they like saying anything or asking any questions that line up oddly familiar to me?
You think that you saw one person in the back who like seemed to kind of know a little, like kind of seemed to know what was going on. Maybe they were working on something similar, or and they seemed to really perk up when you came in the room.
You had that moment where you kind of sense that, hey, you got a special cool power too.
Mhm.
Okay. So with
And
that,
2 dice succeeds. You did it well. Good job. So,
nice.
we'll talk more about that special person later. But for now, you managed to find a collection of decently competent people who, like wouldn't take very long to get like running a decent sized boat.
Yeah.
Especially, like if you give them a little bit of extra training, they should be fine to help you sail to that island that you wanted.
Sounds good. I wile them with promises of some of the gold that I have stashed away.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, we have the folks to help us. Now we need to figure out how we're going to actually get there. What kind of ship we need to get.
Did you want to talk to the person who you sensed earlier?
Oh, yes. I would like to ask them, kind of like lean towards them in a very hushed voice and kind of ask a little bit, if they also have had some voices speak to them about a bargain, and kind of ask, so what did you get threatened with?
Voices? I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't know about that. I've seen the way you looked over my way, especially when I started asking people about helping with very little pay and going to somewhere possibly haunted. I know your eye shifted my way, so no need to play coy. I think we're both familiar with the situation here.
Did it threaten you too?
Oh boy, yeah, it did.
What did it tell you?
Well, it said build a shrine for it. I'm sure probably the same gold I gave you. Wanted me to do that for it, or else something dramatic and terrible would happen.
Yeah, that sounds like me. Look, I've had no luck managing to find anything about this, and I'm a little worried that it's gonna get pretty angry soon. Can I come along with you?
Yeah, if you're willing to ride along without any pay for a little bit. I'm not exactly liquid right now, and I've got some stuff stashed away, but I'm gonna, kind of do the empty pockets kind of thing.
Mm. Trust me, I think money's the least of my worries right now.
Hmm. Fair enough. Well then, I hope you're ready to do a little bit of sailing. We got a little bit of distance to travel. Oh, and maybe stealing a boat. We'll have to see about that.
All right, sounds good.
All right, sounds like we're on board, or they're on board with our
Mm-hmm.
plan. We're not quite on board a ship yet.
Nope, that's probably step 2.
All right, so now, step 2. I think probably I'm pretty. Do I know how well known I am in this town? Maybe if I go by a bounty board or whatever, do I see any hints about me, my name on there?
You're not at the top of the list, but
Okay.
you are there. And if you started like using your name in proper conversation and they looked you up, they'd probably realize like, oh,
This is one of them bad pirates, eh?
yeah. So, I mean, if you were planning to like book a ship or something, maybe be careful about that.
Gotcha.
But I mean, you
Well,
also are a pirate.
yeah. That means perhaps I can not have to worry for one about eroding any reputation. I like positive reputation at least, and perhaps I might be able to scare a couple of people into giving over their ship, or at least not wanting to fight me for it if it comes down to that. So I think that might be our course of action. I'll look over the crew here and see if any of them have any combat experience, perhaps. See if they're willing to maybe help me commandeer a ship from some unlucky port folk.
There's definitely like a couple rough and tumble people in your group, and you could probably count on them to help you fight if it came down to it. But I think,
Nice.
especially without any financial incentive for them, they're definitely going to expect you to do most of the heavy lifting.
Yeah, that's very fair enough. I gotta also make sure that I can show that I can pull my own weight, and I'm not just a captain without any backing, any threat behind my words.
Hmm.
So I think yeah, we'll go ahead and scout the ships along the port, see if there's anything that might be good for our needs, but not super conspicuous.
Okay.
No need to get too much attention drawn to us.
So there's a couple ships parked in port. There's a fairly standard like merchant ship that's got, maybe like a couple cannons for self-defense. It looks like most of the crew is not on the ship and um is like, like far away. Probably wouldn't get there in time if you stole it.
Out in the
There's
town.
there's a slightly bigger military ship that's more well armed, but it does have some guards patrolling along the deck of it. So that would be a
Hmm.
more difficult fight, but you would end up with a better ship.
Okay. Hmm. I think maybe commandeering a ship from the military might be the better option long term, but in the short term, it would have a lot of people on our back, and I don't know if I'd have the ability to get these new recruits to follow me that far with it.
Sounds good.
Yeah, I
All
think
right.
the merchant ship that's less guarded and might has a little bit of defenses for itself might be a better option.
Sounds like a plan. How would you like to try and take it?
I think I'd like to use my history as a soldier, kind of a little bit of knowledge about how tactics work, especially with small squads, and
Okay.
see if there's any way I can have my group sneak aboard and quietly and efficiently take out the different guards and other people still on the ship, using maybe some of my new powers to assist in taking out these people who probably aren't expecting some rando with ice powers to come and try
Most
and
people
steal their
aren't.
ship. Yeah.
So, are you wanting to do this like in at the current time, which is kind of like mid-afternoon?
I
Are you
think
like
I'll
to try
wait
and get
till
ahead?
about I think I'll wait till about dinner time when most of the people would probably be off the ship out in town and getting food for themselves.
Okay.
Minimize the amount of people that would be around.
So you wait until nightfall, um, or not nightfall, but like later at night,
Mhm,
and it's a little bit darker. A lot of the people have disembarked the ship. They're still trying to like basically get things ready to go.
mhm.
Um, they're not set to go out yet. So yeah, so it's you've got a fairly easy job. Are you trying to now? Do you want to like sneak up the gangplank? Are you trying to like swim around and climb up the ship?
I think I would like to go ahead and try and if they've got, are they loading from the gangplank or
They would be, yeah.
do they know? Okay,
Probably
I
loading
was
from the
wondering if they
gangplank
had a
and
crane.
maybe if there's like a crane or something,
Yeah,
or
that's
like
what I
larger
was
stuff.
thinking. Maybe if they have a crane and if nobody's like actively using it or it's, not attended to right now, I think maybe getting my people onto that one and then having us drop down onto the deck might be a better option. That way we'll be coming from a place that they don't really necessarily expect people to be coming from.
Okay.
Yeah.
Um, so you want to go over to the crane and are you going to operate the crane and like drop your crew on top of it, or
I think I'll ask to see if any of our members have any experience with it. They've been living in a seaport. Maybe some of them have some skills that are applicable.
okay? Yeah, one of
Yeah.
them pipes up and says, "Yeah, I used to do a little bit of a crane unloading. I can help with that."
Perfect. I'll leave that to you. The rest of you, follow me. I'll go ahead and lead the charge, but we'll try to be as quiet as possible. Understand?
They nod.
Mhm.
They probably won't stay quiet for long, but you can
Yeah.
probably at least get the element of surprise.
Enough to get some surprise on at least one or two of these
Mhm.
guys. Yeah. That's all we need. All right. Sounds good. We'll
So
go ahead. Do this then.
you climb onto the platform, the wooden platform that the crane has. They slowly lift you up into the air and onto the ship. There's a couple people wandering around the deck right now. A couple people like, just leaning back on the deck and whatever and checking out, being very bored. Um, the crane softly lands. They kind of like look over. They're like, "That's kind of weird." Um, but no one's gone to investigate it yet.
Okay, perfect. All right. I think that maybe splitting up the crew, since there's a couple people on deck, more than just one person that we can all take at once. I think I'll go ahead and motion for them to each pick a guy to try and take out, and I'll do my best to try and help them with theirs as soon as I get one of my own guys taken care of. So we'll split up and try to take them out by surprise all at the same time.
Sounds good. So you want to try and take over the ship. So
Yeah.
are you sorry.
Oh, all good.
Um do you have any particular strategy for how you're taking over the rest of the ship besides just like taking out the guys on deck?
I think probably trying to do this in a like once we get the whole thing going, maybe making a little bit of noise. So that way they try to come upstairs to investigate and run right into our wonderful embrace, aka us probably just bonking them in the face, using my ice magic to make them slip or trap them in ice, perhaps. Use my trapper skills to their most their maximum effect.
Sounds good. So you get started. Begin the operation. Oh, sorry, and you're using. Were you using rebellion or focus?
I feel like this is more focused. This is a very precise and like well thought out plan that my character is in their mind.
Sounds.
Yeah.
Oh my. You have
Ooh.
1 success.
Okay, that's not great.
So that's you barely manage it. The DM inflicts a complication, harm, or cost.
Boy.
So you manage to take most of the crew by surprise, but one of them manages to yell out and sound an alarm that like our ship's being taken. And so you see torches begin to form on the river on the dock banks as people come to investigate, including a large part of the soldiers that were staying off seas
Ah, damn it.
or
Okay.
on shore.
All right. Well,
So
looks like we're found, and I'll motion for the rest of our crew who weren't the fighters to come and join and quickly take over the ship and let's get moving. And to try and help to prevent anybody from coming on to the ship and trying to stop us, I think I'll use my ice powers to try and freeze the dock, at least the air, like the dock area around us. That way, anybody trying to board our ship might be having a little bit of trouble slipping and sliding on the icy steps, or maybe running into some icy spikes that I can generate out of the ocean water.
did your past life prepare you for this?
Not really. Having ice powers isn't something I never thought I'd ever have, except for maybe as like a kid.
Fair enough.
So yeah, we'll just have to wing it as well as we can with our makeshift ice powers here.
You said wing it.
Mm-hmm.
Is
This is
this
going to be a little bit
rebellion?
more impulsive. Yeah, this is going to be rebellion.
This is rebellion.
Since,
So you have to roll under your number, which is 3.
yeah, so let's hope that we can roll some lows.
Ooh. You got 1.
Let's go. 1 is all we need.
Mm-hmm.
1 is all we need.
So, you manage to make the dock all slippy slidey. That basically prevents the soldiers from getting closer. But a few decide to, instead of getting closer, they'll just open up on you with their guns, and they start shooting at you, and a couple of your guys get hit.
Oh, damn. Everybody get down, and I'm just gonna try and hit the deck as well as we can as we try to make our way throughout and try to get the ship going, raising the anchor, dropping the sails, and just staying out of sight as much as we can.
Okay. So a couple of your guys got wounded. Most of them just like minimal, just kind of like, oh, it grazed me.
Mm-hmm.
And
Thank goodness.
with a little bit of extra time, you managed to get the ship underway and away from port.
Nice.
And you can hear them go like scrambling the military ship behind you to get ready to give chase.
Mm-hmm. Some
But
local,
you are
militia.
currently ahead of them.
All
It'll
right.
take them a while to catch up.
Sounds good. I think us being ahead of them is all we need, because perhaps I can do some trickery with my ice powers. I think maybe I'll try to make a somewhat ship-shaped silhouette of ice. Just something that'll bob in the ocean and kind of maybe lead them away from the direction we're going. Just it may not be like big, but that doesn't really matter on the seas because size is always relative. So thinking maybe perhaps I can just make it a little bit small thing and make them think that we're further away and they need to hurry and chase us as they go in the wrong direction.
Alrighty.
The tricksy hobbitses.
Tricksy hobbitses. I'm not sure if I should make you roll for that or not.
Yeah. You want to just do a like luck roll and see how well it works? Just like do like greater than 3 gets a success and less than 3 gets no success, and just roll 1 die.
Sure.
Yeah. We all love a little bit of luck sometimes.
It doesn't work. Unfortunately, it's much too small and it melts
Dang
shortly
it.
after you send it out.
Shoot, my ice powers are they're not quite at maximum force, and I try to wave it off so my crew members don't don't get any ideas of, oh really, this guy. Anyways.
Mm.
But yeah, I'll go ahead and try to direct them as best as I can with just the stars to guide us since it's nighttime, and my memory of which direction it was from that board.
Okay. And for a navigation thing, I'm going to say that you're experienced enough that you're on the right course. That's that's good stuff. But as you approach the island,
Ooh.
you suddenly hear like a great storm whipping up, and you remember that this happened this first time you came to this island too.
Uh-oh. All right. Maybe there
So
is some stuff to this haunted island bit nonsense that maybe I should have paid more attention to Crazy Larry whenever he was talking about it the first time we came by. I
so
try and brace my crew for it as best as I can.
all right.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh boy.
One success.
One success. Okay.
So
Might be a little bit of damage.
most
to
of
the...
most of your crew is okay. But unfortunately, a couple got swept overboard, and you took some damage to the ship,
Oh no. Ooh. Okay.
which will slow you
Well.
down. But you've made it through the storm, and you are rapidly approaching the island.
At least we made it, or almost made it to the island. We're past the preternatural sentry storm that hovers around it. It seems. Let's try and see if we can land somewhere and find that treasure that I buried. See if there's enough to maybe appease this crew as well as appease this ancient god.
Sounds good. So, you basically weigh anchor a little ways away from the island, and then you boat the rest of the way in little boats, and you set foot, and you begin to check it out. It feels familiar to you. You definitely remember where you are
Yeah.
as you walk around the island, and you're like, oh yeah, no, I remember this and that, and we're on the right way. But as you are walking down the path, you suddenly hear a terrifying howl, and a great big wolf appears in front of you,
Uh-oh.
and it looks
Is it-
very, very hungry.
Yeah, that's what I was worried you were gonna say. Okay. All right. Big scary wolf. In their path. Let me see. I don't. Damn. If only I'd like paid attention when my dad was telling me what do you do with wild animals in the forest when you meet them. I was too busy thinking about prospects of like being a high-ranking admiral in the military or something like that. I didn't think about paying attention to whatever he was saying about keeping wolves from attacking you. Or was that bears? Oh no. So my character's gonna kind of like scramble through their brain and try to think of, oh, what do I do? What do I do? And eventually, kind of like not really finding anything in their memories to really help them. They're gonna just kind of like, all right, well, I can't really remember, so we're just gonna do this a little bit more, just a little bit more on the off the cuff here, and
Okay.
is going to try and see if there's any way for them to maybe generate some ice in because we're near the ocean. The air
Oh,
is
yeah.
maybe a little bit
There's enough
maybe a little
humidity
bit
in the
muggy.
ocean, in the air.
Yeah, they're gonna try and generate some like ice and try to frost this thing a little bit so that maybe it like if nothing else, at least it'll be a little bit slowed down by the coat of frost on its fur and maybe the chill in the air around it.
Sounds good.
Yeah. And once that's happened, then maybe that'll
Assuming
be
it's a focus,
either a
by the
good
way.
deterrent. Yeah, trying to focus really hard into try and make their powers work on the air.
Nice. You manage to basically slow it down, and are you trying to like kill it, or are you just trying to like drive it away?
I think having this on the island to protect our treasure maybe might be a good idea. And if it knows not to mess with us, then that way it'll only attack other people who maybe don't have the same ice powers that can ward it off. Kind
Okay,
of
sounds
Pavlov it into being like ice, better back off.
sounds good. Yeah, so you managed to, like it's like, oh god, that's really cold. What the hell?
Mhm.
And so,
It's lived on this tropical island for its entire life. It's not familiar with the cold very well.
so it flees and runs back into the jungle.
Perfect. I'm gonna look back to my crew a little bit like, huh, see that? And just kind of try to feeling a little bit proud of themselves and just being like, having that sense of like, victory and pride and a moment of glory perhaps that they had lost in the past.
Nice.
Yeah.
So you continue on until you reach the small cave that you had hidden away your treasure in.
Okay.
And so you are able to find it. With a little bit of effort, you can crack open the treasure chests and confirm that, yeah, it's all here.
Perfect.
Your crew
Oh.
greedily help themselves to whatever you don't look like you're immediately wanting.
Mhm. And I let them take a little bit of it as well. Make sure that they're feeling like, ah, yes, it's worth it to stick around with this captain here.
Mhm.
Yeah. But as for the rest, I don't know. Are there any structures on the island, or is this maybe we need to craft our own out of uh, out of some like stones or logs or whatever in the vicinity?
You think you remember there being like a little like cove
Hmm.
that went down deeper into like a deep cave in the
I
island.
see.
That
Okay.
would maybe be a suitable place for an old god. I don't know. They're kind of picky.
Yeah. I mean, they drag me down into the ocean. This is gonna be down below the ocean level. It's gonna be, dark and dank, and that's what like old gods like, right? Like the
Hmm.
primordial kind of conditions of darkness or whatever. Yeah, that sounds about right. Sure, we'll go ahead and go down into that deep dark cave and see about setting up a shrine in there. Maybe see if I can use any ice powers to,
Are you telling your
help
crew
keep
that
warm.
you're going down to this cave for like
For
funsies?
I think I'll be telling them. I think we need to, if we're gonna be on the run, snatching some treasure and such. We're gonna need a better hiding spot than what I have here. Feel free to bring along some of that. Some of it's your payment. Some of it we may need to acquire some other resources, but for the rest, we'll need to hide it and stash it away somewhere else, a little bit deeper, maybe a little bit
S-
harder to find.
Sounds good.
Hmm.
So you continue on. You make it to that cove, and at the back of the cove, you can see that there's like a cave that leads further down. You proceed down into the cave. It's dark, but thankfully you brought torches because I'm assuming there's a couple on the torches or lanterns on the ship.
Yeah, something like that. We would definitely need light if we're traveling at night, so makes sense.
And you travel down for a while. You're definitely underneath the ocean. The caves are kind of like sweating and got water condensing off of them, but that it's not like there's not like a pool of water at the bottom or anything. You're not having to wade through water.
Thank goodness.
And you go down, down, and deeper down until finally you reach a part of the cave that has become like almost like a wide chamber
Ooh, okay.
underneath the earth.
Hmm.
And this looks, you think this looks pretty suitable, but then you hear another growl,
Oh, a second growl. Oh,
a second
that,
growl, and
that does
out from
not
the
bode well.
darkness, two snakes slither out, like two giant snakes slither out from somewhere in the darkness, and it turns out they were using this place as a nesting ground.
Oh shit, do they growl at me? Are these like
They
dog
they hit
snakes or
the dog snakes. I don't know.
oh shoot, okay. They're like chimera snakes. Some
Yeah,
some weird ocean shit going on down
some
here.
very weird ocean shit.
um yeah. Well, unfortunately I wish there was a little bit more water down here. Maybe I could have used that as some ice ability fodder, but yeah, I mean, there's a little bit of condensation, but I don't know if it's enough
Just like
to
maybe
deal with
pools of
these
water in the cavern, but like they're not very deep.
yeah. Hmm.
So
Well,
any kind you can't if you're gonna use your ice powers, you're gonna have to be creative with them.
yeah. Well, I think maybe maybe there's a way we can solve this snake problem though. If I remember right, snakes are some kind of lizard thing, and those things hate it whenever it's cold because they move real slow. Kind of similar to what we did with that wolf earlier. Perhaps maybe I can chill the cave a little bit too, and both make it a little bit more appealing for, the the old god that gave me these ice powers, as well as maybe make these snakes too cold and maybe a little brittle enough for me to go and smash them, perhaps with a rock or something.
Sounds good.
Yeah. I'll try to just chill the air with my ice powers and surround them with a fog, a mist of cold air.
Are you gonna tell your crew to do anything at this point?
I'm gonna tell them may want to back up, so that way I can chill a large area. So that way, just in case the snakes do try to attack while I'm doing this, because they look like they're trying to defend their home here, they might get a little bit angry.
Sounds good. Are
Yeah,
you doing this with precise action or impulsivity?
I think this is gonna be precise action again.
Sounds good.
Yeah. And I think I'll tell my crew members to get ready with some rocks to throw just in case whenever these things start to look a little icy.
So you rolled a 5, which is a success, and a 3, which is also a success, but also rebellion focus.
Ooh,
So you get a
let's
special
go.
insight.
Special insight. I would like to get an insight to whether making this cave cold and a little bit icy would make this deity happy, this old god happy.
Um, you're not exactly sure what makes an old god, quote unquote, happy. They don't
Yeah,
really experience emotions the same way that we do.
yeah.
But you're fairly certain that it would make it pleased. Along with like putting all the treasure that you found on the island there.
Okay, perfect. Just gotta confirm that and make sure that we're going in the right direction, but
Mhm.
sounds like we are, so I'll ice over these snakes, make them frozen and enough for my crew members to pelt them into snake pieces after
Okay.
they become brittle.
You freeze the snakes solid, and then yeah, your crew helps to shatter them.
Ah, perfect. Yes. I give them all a thumbs up. Good job. Good teamwork.
They're
And
cheering that they're cheering because that they're like, wow, never fucking expected to do this today.
yeah. Me neither. This is kind of a new experience for all of us, but hey, we're doing good. It's a good sign. We've got ourselves a nice new hideout. I'll make it nice and cold, so that way there's no chance for anybody to want to come down here willingly, and hopefully nobody to discover our treasure. And we'll set it up nice and carefully in here. And I'll kind of guide them to perhaps help me set it up in a somewhat decent arrangement under the pretense of, this is so we can organize it and categorize it properly so we know exactly what's where. And in case anybody steals, then we'll know what's missing and what to look for.
Okay,
And
so
use that as an excuse
you're
to
making
make
essentially
it a
like an
nice.
organized treasure pile.
Yeah. Something that'll be nice and organized and also maybe in a, like, a decently appealing arrangement.
Yeah. So, when you finish doing that, you suddenly feel something in your pocket vibrating,
Oh,
and you
what?
realize as you pull it out, that it's the knife uh, vibrating.
Oh, okay. The knife.
The knife is
I'll
vibrating.
see. I'll see. I'll flip it over in my hand and see if it like feels like it's vibrating from any certain part of it. If it's like the blade or is it like the handle that's vibrating?
The whole
Something
thing is
in like.
vibrating.
Oh,
But as you flip it over, you notice in the reflection that it reflects just like pools and pools of blood. It seems like there may be one final thing needed to open this path of worship for this old god.
oh, okay. I will. I'll tell everybody about the guy who knows what this is all about. This whole who knows that this is a supposed to be summoning for the ancient god, and I'll tell all the other members. You guys go back to the ship. I'm going to make sure that everything is safe and maybe seal this place off a little bit. I'll just need a little bit of help to make sure that it's all goes safely. But you guys get back to the ship, get ready to move, and we'll see about our next haul that we can bring in. And I'll send them off with high spirits and high hopes for more treasure.
They're kind of like, you know what? Yeah, okay, sure. Like, this is a little weird, but I mean,
Yeah.
we do know where the treasure is, and our captain has shown themselves to be pretty formidable. So I guess, yeah, sure, whatever. Let's go.
All right, perfect.
So
Sounds
that
good.
leaves
As soon
you
as they're yeah, as
with
soon as
just the
they're out
two of
of
you.
the side.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, just me and the other guy, the other individual who's aware of all this. I'm gonna look over to him and ask him again. What was it that you were threatened with the god? I'm just curious. I want to know a little bit more about what all this is gonna cause us to have. What's gonna happen here with this?
Well, I'm pretty sure it threatened me with getting erased from history. Like, no one would remember me or recognize me or anything,
Hmm.
which is pretty scary. And I'm not like anyone famous, but definitely I don't want anybody to forget me. Why?
Hmm.
What did it say to you?
Pretty much the same thing, but gonna walk behind him and pull out the knife and stab him straight into the back and say, "Don't worry, I'll make sure that they'll remember you for what you've done." And yeah, I'm gonna drag his body as he's bleeding out over to the pile of treasure, and I'm going to let the knife out and let his blood pour over the gold, the gems, and see if that's what the god is looking for.
So, you lay his body on top of the treasure. The blood continues to spill down the sides of it. And as it pools in the various gold cups and like on the surface of the gold coins in there, suddenly there's a great flash from the back of the cave, and you can see a huge portal being opened, and you think you see inside of it a a great tentacle
Oh boy.
poking its way through.
All right. I'm pretty sure that's mission accomplished as far as I'm counting. Got the gold, got the sacrifice, got the God's portal here. They're coming into this realm. If you don't need me, I'm gonna be making my name in pirate history, and I'm gonna kind of like start backing up a little bit towards the entrance to the cave. I've got this. I've got to make sure this guy's name is known. You know, just
There's one more thing we need in this realm. A vessel.
Oh no! Oh my god! Who could have seen this coming?
Who could
I
have
shouldn't
possibly
sent all
seen
them away. Oh, and I will be consumed by the essence of this ancient god. Damn.
R.I.P. to Pirate Ocean.
Oh my gosh. But you know, being known as the vessel of an eldritch god, you know, I feel like that's a pretty good way to cement your name in history. I mean, you know, Lovecraft is pretty famous for his involvement with all that stuff, and maybe I'll be as well known. Maybe not for like the same bad things as Lovecraft, but there we
I
go
mean,
though.
you'll be a monster, but you won't be racist,
Exactly, and
and that's the
I feel
important
like
part.
that's the important part. Exactly.
Uh,
Anyways,
but yeah, that was Rebellion Focus. What did you think of it, Ocean?
I think this is pretty fun. It's got some good prompts. It's got some good like twists and turns to it that can definitely make it a little bit more unique to it. I know that like a lot of D&D stuff revolves around you're in the service of XYZ deity, especially if you're like, playing one of those classes that specifically does that. But I think this has a good amount of uniqueness to it that helps to make it a little bit more stand out a little bit more to it.
Yeah, it's definitely the only thing I'm really not sure, like as far as just like the wording
Mhm.
is like what do they mean by 1d plus 1d a dice if you're embracing your new aspects?
Yeah, that's always a little bit like
But
iffy.
like
Like,
I assumed it was like, oh well, if you're using your powers and like your new role in a way that like
yeah,
helps you solve a problem, that's
mhm.
probably what it's asking.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. That or the new goal that you have,
Yeah.
or maybe old goal. Yeah, just like if you're kind of embracing your like design a little bit more.
Yeah, my
So
my only thing is like I assumed the goals are not something like new to
yeah, I
you.
guess so. Yeah,
They would
I
be
guess it could be either way. Maybe.
yeah. It's hard to say, and
Yeah.
maybe it's intentionally kind of vague so that you can kind of just decide whatever
Hmm.
fits. But
Yeah.
yeah, this one was really neat. Definitely feel like unfortunately just because of the nature of this we missed out on the helping mechanic,
Yeah,
which is
for
just
sure.
the
Just because there's one. Mhm.
because yeah, like could have given you +1 D. But
For
um
assisting with people with their tasks. Yeah.
no, I definitely think
Okay.
it had enough guidance to kind of like allow me and you to craft like a good story. It definitely helps too. Like anytime it's like, oh, old god,
Mhm.
it's like, oh yeah,
Yeah.
let's
We know the formula for these.
we do.
Exactly.
And I actually really do like the rebellion focus line. It's always really nice to be able to like give the players like, oh, like I want to know something specific about this.
Yeah. Like being able to use the rebellion focus as a way to kind of help solidify parts of the story and or help to clarify parts of the story.
Yeah, just the way to help like and like as an advantage too. Like
Mhm.
you're like, oh well, is there anybody here that has the same thing? And I thought about like bringing them out as like a party member, but then I'm like, I don't know that I want to do a DMPC kind of deal.
Yeah, for sure. That would be a little bit much, I think.
But I
And
think if there was ever, I think like I could have had the opportunity to do so, like if it called for it. Like if
mhm.
it was like, oh, you've like really fucked up and like you've managed to flub out like a really important role or whatever. Probably
Yeah.
would have been there to like help you like get away or something.
Mhm. One of your little get out of jail free tokens, basically. Yeah.
Just because that's always the risk with like solo or really low party member things is like,
Y-
oh,
Yeah.
one bad roll and you could just be like completely fucked.
Yeah. Yeah, no, this is a really, really fun game. I think that it's a definitely a good source of inspiration for some fun adventures.
Hmm. And I think it's just focused enough to let you do to like play around and like make a story, but also like and give you enough context that you're not like flailing around in the dark.
Yeah,
Which a couple of these games have seemed like have been that way, where it's just like I really don't know the direction of which to take this.
yeah, a little too open for a good storytelling. Yeah.
Which I mean, yeah, depending on the day or depending on the players, might be
Hmm.
good or it might be bad.
Yeah, it
But
really depends on like the level of creativity you're willing to like go for and like how open you want your like story to be.
yeah, but this was a lot of fun to put together. Definitely, I appreciate you doing the pirate theme. But definitely that
Yeah.
that always helps with the oh, we can make a good pirate story
Yeah.
and all that stuff.
The- Yeah. Always good to have some incidental inspiration.
Hmm. But yeah, I think we'll take a quick break and then we'll be back with our next game of the evening.
Sounds good.
So
Alright.
see you in a couple minutes.
See you in a bit. Wow.
Hello, we're finally back.
Hello again.
We wanted to set up Tabletop Simulator to be able to play both of us on there. We just had a hell of a time inviting each other for some reason.
Yep.
But we're ready.
Wonderful. Hmm. For the
And
next game.
the next game, which is How Does That Work? You're a Bicycle.
Me? I was the bicycle all along.
Oh my god. Me and my million windows. How does that work? You're a Bicycle. A two-player game with one GM, the author of the story, and one player, the protagonist, as they fight for control over the protagonist's fate. Loosely inspired by Good Apollo, I'm Burning Star 4 from the Armory Wars series. The GM will play the secondary characters in the first scene of each act, and the author of the story in the second scene of each act. The player will play the protagonist for the entire game. Keep track of the favor you accumulate, if any.
Favor, we can just use a object token, probably.
Yeah. I don't know if we're supposed to have two or not, but let's use one for now.
I think just the one, yeah.
Make it nice and red.
Nice and red.
You will need something to take story notes with, / something to track favor with, and a shared deck of playing cards. How does that work? You're a Bicycle. Game by Dylan Palin, featuring lyrics from Coheed and Cambria. Special thanks to Claudia Sanchez, Chandra Eckert, Rags Morales, Emilio Lopez, and the team at Evil Link Comics for creating Good Apollo, I'm Burning Star 4, From Fear Through the Eyes of Madness, which inspired this game. Preamble. Decide together, what genre of story is this?
What genre do we
Romance,
think
adventure,
is?
fantasy, mystery, horror, dystopian, science fiction, smut, responsibly, other, or combined.
Oh man, I think we've only got one up. No, I'm kidding. Anyways.
Oh dear.
I think a good sci-fi is always fun to do,
Good
especially
sci-fi, alright.
yeah, a little opposite direction from our previous story.
Sounds good. Would you like to be the protagonist or the author?
I think I'll go ahead and be the protagonist.
Sounds good.
Mhm.
So, as the protagonist, decide what is the protagonist's name and pronouns?
All right. I did not think of it too well, so I'm just gonna go ahead and go with Morgan Lead. There we
Morgan
go.
Lead. Alright,
Uses they them.
sounds good.
Mhm.
The author, what are the author's name and pronoun? We'll go with Claire Wellers, and pronouns she, they.
Nice.
What is the protagonist's overarching goal?
I think in a sci-fi story like this, always fun to have a protagonist who is trying to end some kind of interplanetary conflict.
Sounds good.
Hmm.
And then the author decides what is the name of the story. I'm gonna say the name of the story is Morgan Among the Stars.
All right.
Do they have and then the protagonist, do you have any suspicion that you are in a story?
I think that they're a little bit genre savvy, and they might know that some of the tropes might line up a little bit. But other than that, they're not familiar yet that they're in a story.
Okay. For the author, why is the story important to them? I'm gonna say it's the culmination of their life's work.
Ah,
She's been thinking about this kind of story for years, and she's finally gotten a chance to sit down and write it all out.
all right. Living the dream, writing a story she's always had in her brain that's been eating away at her.
Couldn't be me. Act 1, the setup. The protagonist has come to a pivotal moment in the story. They may need to make a difficult choice, or a character they love may be in danger. The villain's life may be in their hands, or they may be in a position to sacrifice themselves for the greater good. whatever scenario, there are at least 2 options that will change the course of the story permanently from here on out. In my presence you might wake. Through this fiction I must fake your death to grace the face of my character. With these lessons he might learn. All the words from here must burn. Apollo 1, the writing writer. Act 1, the setup. Scene 1, the scenario. We catch a glimpse of the protagonist's journey right before the pivotal moment arises. Before beginning the scene, the protagonist and author should each draw a card and wait to reveal that card to the other.
All right. Go ahead and I'll let you draw first.
Did I shuffle? I think I did, yeah.
I think you did, yeah.
Shuffle one more time, just to be sure.
One more time for good measure. All right.
Okay, yeah, good. It disguises what you have.
Yes, same for me. All right, I've got it hidden.
All right. So, for the author. So I reveal my card first.
Mm-hmm.
The author will guide the protagonist through the scene up until the point where this pivotal information is revealed. Allow the protagonist to react, and then... So first, it's time for my card.
All right.
A 6 of spades. Someone from the protagonist's past, who they thought was behind them, is suddenly here in this critical time.
Oh boy.
So, you've boarded the enemy command ship, and you're fighting your way to the bridge in order to stop the commander from from firing his large orbital laser.
Like from glassing the planet below.
And glassing
where
the
my
planet
family
below.
lives.
Yeah.
Oh no.
But you, as you run down the hall, suddenly you are stopped by your childhood friend, who you thought had died early on in the war. But now they stand opposed to you, and they're not going to let you pass.
Oh my gosh, Kalindra, I thought you were dead. Why are you here?
Hello, Gorky. Good to see you. Author will guide the protagonist through the scene up to the point where the pivotal information is revealed. Allow the protagonist to react, and then... Scene 2, Breakthrough. The protagonist, overwhelmed by the scenario at hand, must have a discussion with the one controlling this fate. Through force of will, magic or otherwise, you appear to the author through something from their world. Do you not reveal your card yet? No, I guess you don't. So what is it? A person they know, an object they love, an omniscient voice, or anything else you can imagine?
The
During some
protagonist,
card-based
reaching out through their own story into the fourth wall, has a discussion with the author about their fate in this story, and for the author, it takes the form of their own pen that they are using to write out the story.
Oh my god, my beloved fountain pen.
Oh my goodness.
But Corgi is asking, we're playing some card-based tabletop RPG thingy? We sure are, Corgi. We're playing How Does That Work? You're a Bicycle, which is one of the games included in the Games for Gaza bundle that you could purchase, that was raising money for raising money on itch.io for medical aid for Palestinians a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
But I'm doing well. Ocean, are you doing okay?
I'm doing pretty good. I'm having some fun with my friend Siroka, so not too bad.
Nice. Not too bad. Glad to hear it. Could be better.
Well, I've been streaming for a little bit, so I'm a little bit eepies, but
yeah,
okay.
let us know too, like if you're reaching the end of your energy.
No worries. I'm doing pretty good so far, and I think having these fun stories to go through is definitely helping me.
Okay, that's good.
Yes. Hi, Corgi. Good to see you.
If the protagonist is appearing to the author as something or someone from their life, the author can describe what this figure normally looks like, but from there, the protagonist should describe how this figure behaves from the time they take it over. The protagonist has time now to ask the questions to the author through this vessel. During this time, you and the author can communicate and hear each other honestly.
All right. So, what does this pen, their fountain pen, look like? What's the vibes from this fountain pen?
It has a nice wooden handle. It's like a very antique looking thing. That they got from their grandmother, and they treasure it, and they're like, one day I'm gonna write a story using this.
Awesome. Well, for now, this pen is it speaks to them in a kind of odd way. It's actually writing out, it like guides your hand a little bit, in the questions that seem to be coming from inside the story. The pen asks and writes out and asks, "Why have you brought them back? I I thought that I thought they I thought that they were gone. I thought that I'd gotten past all this. Why are they here again? Are you doing this just to torment me?"
First of all, Corgi's asking how do you put water in the ocean while you're here?
You just say it and I'll just do it.
Yeah.
Like right this.
While you're doing that, I'll
And,
read the next thing.
all right.
Does the author accept that it is the protagonist truly speaking to them? Does the protagonist understand who the author truly is? So, suddenly, I'm just like, I'm in the middle of writing this thing out, and suddenly I realize I'm looking down and I'm realizing, like, wait a minute, that's not what I wanted to write. And I look at it a bit more, and I'm like, huh. These look an awful lot like questions to me. Put water in the magpie too. Best I can do for you is tea.
Enjoy that tea, Soraka.
I am nice and warm.
Nice.
So you ask how does it bring it, or why do you bring this person back?
Are you doing this to torment me? What's going on?
Um, I guess I'll respond by like talking to my pen and being like, well, you see, it's a dramatic way to bring back some tension and having to make a tough decision. I didn't really know my pen asked me that kind of question.
Let me see. Does the protagonist understand who the author truly is? I don't know. Does the protagonist really understand who the author is, or are they kind of like just speaking to like I don't know, quote unquote God in their head? Or
That's for you to decide.
yeah, I think since they weren't aware that this was a story beforehand, they're kind of like think, oh, maybe I'm like receiving like, you know, maybe this is actually me trying to like talk with God. I'm having like a flash of something before my eyes right before my death or something similar. That's what happens, right? Right before you die. Uh, and so they'll just ask, kind of in character still. They're just like, what do you mean it's supposed to bring tension and like stakes back to the story? This is a war, not a story. This go like just how a storybook is supposed to go. Next thing you're gonna tell me that I'm gonna run into a magical fairy that's gonna give me 3 gifts that'll help me overcome challenges. Wait, that's kind of similar to what happened earlier with the different gifts and the different ambassadors. Wait, no, never mind. Why are you what are you talking about? Story.
Look, I don't know why you're suddenly getting cold feet now. You've been through a whole, 30 chapters? And I haven't heard any complaints yet. I don't really understand why this, of all things, is the thing that's causing you to suddenly ask questions.
Because you made me think that I had to sacrifice my own team member to make it out of that reactor, and now they're here again somehow. Even though it definitely blew up, like I didn't imagine that. I'm pretty sure, like it definitely blew up. There's still a crater there. Like, is that right? I'm not dreaming. I'm not dead, am I? Oh my god, am I dead? Is this just all in my head?
No, you're not dead yet. That's like
Wait,
sequel
wait.
material.
Oh, excuse me. Said yet? Oh, wait. And sequel. So.
Look, everybody
this is a
dies
story.
eventually.
I guess that's fair, but okay. So sequel means that I make it through this and make this all work out, right? Or is this going to be one of those cliffhanger, but actually stories? Oh god, I hate those. Those are the worst.
You know, now that you mention it, I wonder how much popularity I could get by doing a sequel bait.
Don't you dare.
What? I mean, if the book does well, I'll finish it and resolve it.
And if it doesn't work well, and it doesn't do well, you're just going to try and scrounge around more and make me suffer for what? More entertainment for you?
I mean, yeah.
You're the worst. Oh my goodness. And I think
Look,
that's
I don't.
Oh, go ahead.
Look, I don't take criticism from people inside of my head.
And yeah, I think that's a pretty good a round of where the author I feel like is getting fed up with this, and the protagonists is also feel Morgan's feeling a little bit like, "Ugh, why am I even arguing with this person? They're clearly just out here to just make me suffer, and you know, even more so if my suffering's not even entertaining enough." And so yeah, towards the end of the conversation, author and protagonist reveal their cards to reveal the outcome.
I guess I wasn't
So
supposed to reveal the card yet. Oops.
oh no, that's fine. I mean, we both reveal at the same time, and there we
Oh.
go. I've got different suit, different card number.
If the cards do not match in any way, the author gets to move forward with the story as they intended.
Ooh, okay.
So, the author intended story was for you to be, for Morgan to be surprised at this revelation, but ultimately they have to make the tough choice to defeat their former friend to progress to the bridge. And
Hands shaking. Kalindra is defeated by Morgan, and Morgan removes their hands from her neck, and just, I'm sorry it had to be this way. Some assholes apparently making it so I have to, and is gonna make their way to the bridge.
so, Act 2 climax. The setup determined Act 1 comes to a head. The protagonist is faced with two distinct paths to the story. What? Did I skip over the entire climax? The setup determined in Act 1 comes to a head. The protagonist is faced with two distinct paths the story must go down. One of those options must be negative for the protagonist, but might be narratively satisfying. But are you going to kill her off? It's not your decision. I love the character. She stays. Yeah, well, the only thing love's done is put you in this position. I'd say kill her off. Yeah, but you say a lot of things. And how's that work? You're a bicycle. 10 speed of God's blood and burial.
Oh my god. Bicycle line. There it is.
Act 1. Act 2, climax, Scene 1, the choice. The fiction continues as the protagonist comes face to face the paths in front of them and realizes the extent of the fallout that awaits them. Before beginning the scene, the protagonist and author should each draw a card and wait for it to reveal that card to each other. So,
all right.
I'm gonna maybe say like this is meant to like so this is the bit where you'd have to decide whether to stop your friend, like kill your friend to get through and get to the bridge to stop the laser, or run away essentially.
Try and break the story somehow.
Yeah.
All right. So we go ahead and draw a card each.
Let us draw a card.
All right. Then...
For the author. So, will you try to not kill the bird? No promises. So, sorry, I was just trying to figure out where to... So, what?
No problem. Take your time, sir. So, author just looks at the card and goes with what they have. I guess you don't really need to necessarily like tell me what it is, as long as you just go along its path as you enact the rest of the story.
Author will guide the protagonist through this scene up until a point of no return is reached. Allow the protagonist to react and then move on to the next scene. Okay. So, you and your former friend talk with each other, and Morgan begs their friend to to stand down and let them pass. And the friend says, "No, I found something greater than what we had before." And is prepared to fight, but Morgan is still unable to accept this confrontation, and is pleading with the friend to stop. And unfortunately, it falls on deaf ears, and the friend fires their laser pistol at Morgan. But just before it hits them, someone dives in front of the laser pistol and takes the shot. And it turns out it's Morgan's mentor, their beloved parental figure.
No, not parental figure.
Passing away in their arms as the friend cackles over the lifeless body.
Morgan holds their mentor, their guardian, who was not their parents because their parents died before all of this in the war that.
Oh yeah, that's very more dramatic. Yes.
Yeah, but their mentor, their parental figure, their squad commander who took a shine to Morgan and thought that they had what it took to maybe end the war and maybe even do so peacefully, but has now seen that such an action will unfortunately not come without any consequence, and has jumped in front of them and took the laser bolt meant for them.
So, but they hand you, with the last bit of strength, they hand you their own laser pistol, and they say, "Finish the fight."
Is there really no other way?
You know what you have to do, Blat.
No, not the blab death. Morgan wraps their hand around the grip of the laser pistol, and it feels kind of warm still from where their mentor was holding it, and they kind of clench their hand and just grit their teeth, and they prepare themselves to maybe actually do it and actually kill their friend, their old friend. But I think.
Okay. So that we move on to scene 2, confrontation.
Yeah.
The protagonist, in desperation, reaches the author to plead for a different outcome. How do they appear to the author this time?
Oh, so it can be the same or it could be different. Interesting. I think at this point, the author knows that the pen itself is, like, okay, they're holding it firmly and like making sure that, hey, don't get off track this time.
Mm-hmm.
But instead of the pen moving, the paper underneath it actually moves itself, so that it
so that the pen writes on it.
Exactly, yeah, and they're just like kind of their hand locked in this just in place as they see that the paper forces them to write out something upon its surface.
What on earth?
It's a little bit crazy, the author maybe she needs to have a nap after this, this writing session. She's not sure if this is if this is real or if this is just her hallucinations. But the paper seems to be moving and writing out the words of the protagonist once again, and saying, "Are you really going to make me do this? Are you really going to make me kill her, like just like this? Aren't you? Maybe you can do something to make them disappear and come back in another story, or make it ambiguous. Like, I don't have to kill them, right?"
I mean, how else do you want to get past them, right? They seem pretty committed to making sure you can't make it to the bridge in time.
Only because you've like brainwashed them or done something to make it convenient for you in the story to make it so then they believe that. But we used to be on the same side. They used to share my beliefs. Maybe they're under control of something, and I could bonk them on the head, and they understand and leave. I don't know.
After you bonk them on the head?
I don't know. Maybe it makes them lose their memories of the brainwashing. I just anything. You're the one with the author ideas. You can come up with something that would be convincing, right?
I mean, I could, but I feel like everything I've written up to this point is to make so you can have a dramatic confrontation with your former friend.
So you had this all planned out just so you could make this whole fight go down, just so you could make all of this suffering happen.
Yeah?
Do you like writing angsty stories? Is this your typical wheelhouse?
Well, I
I thought
mean,
that.
this is the first story that I've written. I've always wanted to write a story like this, but never really had the time before.
So you're not even a professional at this. You're just doing this for the first time. Oh, that's even worse. This is your first instinct is to write a story with a lot of suffering and pain for all of your characters.
Yeah?
Why couldn't
Why
you have gone and written something like a sappy romance novel or something else?
look, I I guess I could try doing that next time, but for now I've got this whole story going. Like, look, it's always this way. It's someone who like knows you and has everything in their power to like knows all your moves and tricks, and you've got to like come up with new things to to learn how to defeat them. Like, surely that's like interesting and good.
I mean, interesting and good. I mean, I guess it'd be interesting for me to figure out how I would figure out a way to get past my best friend's defenses and kill them, but good? I think I would doubt you very much on that.
But I mean, by getting through them, you're uh, you're stopping the orbital laser from glassing that whole planet. Isn't that a good thing?
I guess it is a good thing, but yeah, I just feel like maybe there's a way for me to do more good by not killing someone unnecessarily along the way.
This is true. I guess I did write you being very upset at having to take other people's lives.
Yeah,
So I
so
suppose it would be
yeah,
thematically appropriate for you to try and find a way not to do it.
exactly. And unconsciously, the protagonist's thoughts right onto the paper. Thank God she's listening to reason for once.
Damn. Towards the end of this argument, the author and protagonist reveal their cards together and determine the outcome of the conversation. Ready?
All right, ready. Boom.
If the cards match suits, the author is
Oh
unmoved by the protagonist's plea and gets that a new
no!
stipulation against them.
Oh
I'm supposed to
God.
I'm supposed to have two trackers, I think.
Hmm. Yeah.
1 point of author favor for
Oh
me.
dang. Oh man. Magpie Blue author favor counter is up. Oh,
The author is
dang.
unmoved by the protagonist's plea and gets that a new narrative stipulation against them.
Mhm. Brutal. Oh no.
So
The author reading that last line becomes spiteful.
let's see. A new stipulation of oh um
Maybe there's a countdown timer to add even more stakes.
yeah, there's so what happens is the the former friend reveals that they have pressed a countdown timer that will destroy the whole ship after the orbital laser has fired, unless Morgan can like take the timer from them in time.
No, they
They'll all die after the planet gets glassed.
Oh god, no. Give me the trigger.
The consequences of the previous card. Act 3 finale. The consequences of the previous cards and in-story decisions play out. The author will lead the protagonist through the final obstacle of the story and reveal the final consequences, good or bad.
Okay.
So, yeah, your former friend laughs and pushes the timer button, starts the timer, and you also hear the thing call out, main orbital cannon charging. So now you know there's not a lot of
82%
time.
more. Yeah.
82%.
Oh god, that's not a lot of percent left. What was it at before? What's the rate of percent on this thing? And then in that panicked moment, kind of understanding that maybe the author hasn't been listening to me after all. Maybe all my fighting has caused them to make this even worse for me, just to spite me. I don't know, make it even more tense now that I seem to be hesitating way too much. I guess maybe there really is no other way, especially if this is how they're looking at this story. If this is really just a story like this, they're gonna point the gun, the laser pistol, at the friend as they're like laughing and kind of taunting them as they surely wouldn't do it. They're too sappy and too sentimental. They're going to, like, the words of their friend like still kind of ringing in their ears. They're going to actually pull the trigger and be like, maybe so, but if this is how it has to be, then it's what I'll do. I'll save these people, even if it does come at a cost.
Okay. So, we've drawn a card. I just gave you a card while you were chatting that out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The protagonist and author should each draw a card and wait to reveal that card for each other. For the author, numbered cards 2 to 10. The story ends in victory, not necessarily for the protagonist, but for the author's narrative. Face and ace cards. The story ends in tragedy, not necessarily for the protagonist, but for the author's narrative. So, okay, yeah. So, you fight it out, exchanging laser shots from behind cover and everything. But then you realize that it's simply taking too long. And before you know it, a stray shot bounces off and blocks the way ahead to the bridge.
Oh, no.
And you're at 95%, forcing you to retreat back to your own spaceship and helplessly watch as the planet gets glassed.
Oh no.
But your friend is still alive, laughing at you as you run away.
Yeah,
And
Morgan flees, understanding that there's no way that this can work. Maybe if I get to my ship, maybe if there's something I can do from the outside, maybe if I fly out and take out the laser somehow, maybe if I charge into the ship, who knows? I gotta try something, and we'll try to like retreat back to their ship and in a panic state. It's like fumbling with the controls for their ship, unable to get out fast enough, and just barely fast enough just to escape the ship, just in time to see the beam fire off.
The beam fires off. You're able to power up your weapons and destroy the beam about halfway through, but it's caused so much destruction. If only you were a little bit faster, a little bit stronger, you could have done it.
No. Gonna slam my hands on the controls, and the ship kind of like jerks in space and just kind of like swivels as the controls kind of just go spinning after the like, you know, the physical just blow that the protagonist is now just angrily smacked them with.
All right. And with that, we'll move on to scene 2, the aftermath.
Oh boy.
The protagonist, their story now over, reaches the author for one last talk. How did they appear to the author this final time? And
Um,
the choices are the same as last time. I'm not going to read them out
yeah.
every time.
I think the author having finished writing their last like page and like kind of sensing a pattern here, like rule of threes, like surely this is gonna happen again. They're gonna say something about it. Is gonna, like she lays down the pen, lay like specifically in a way that it's not touching the paper, like
Hmm.
rolls her way back away from the paper, and despite all this, even in her mind's eye, it as she like leans back in her chair, the reflection on the mirror in front of her desk looks like it's her, but instead speaks when she's not speaking and like asks her these questions.
Okay.
And the reflection says, "All right, are you happy? Is that what you wanted from me? Is that really what you wanted to do? Just end it all with a disastrous tragedy that ruins people's lives and makes makes me the villain for having taken so long and done all this futilely,
Well,
wasted time."
I mean, originally, no, but when you spoke to me so clearly about not wanting to fight your friend, I was like, well, you know what? Maybe you're right. Maybe you wouldn't have what it takes to fight your former friend and become the big hero. And maybe that's something that a little different uh, and a little unique for a story.
A little different and unique. So what, you wanted to write that ending just out of some shock value? Is that what you're telling me?
Well, not exactly just shock value. I mean, it is based on your previous actions, after all.
I guess it's my previous actions that you wrote for me to take.
Well, that, but also when you started talking to me, and when I realized that, yeah, that really doesn't, like, I don't know that you could fight your friend.
Yeah, well, maybe there's a reason for that. Maybe you should have written in a little bit more humanity and to into Kalindra. Maybe you should have written some more humanity into the enemies, into the opposite faction. Maybe something like that could be possible. If I'm just someone who's too weak to be able to stop it, maybe they're have someone who's too weak to go through with it. I don't know.
Yeah,
Something.
that sounds like a good sequel hook.
You and your sequel again.
The war goes on, am I right?
Yeah, well, if there's anything I've learned, that wars aren't easy for sure. But this is fiction, right? Maybe you can make it easier this time. Isn't
Yeah,
escapism what people usually look for in stories like these?
on some level, yes, but they also want to know a good story. And not
Yeah,
all
and a
good
good
stories
sequel, I guess.
necessarily have a happy ending.
Yeah, I suppose they don't, but I guess I'm just a little disappointed that it couldn't be my story that had a good one. I couldn't really do anything to make it better.
Well, I mean, to be honest, your story's not quite over. Sure, this chapter of your life just ended, but there's always more of it later on.
I guess so. I guess you're getting your sequel after all.
I guess so. Better hope that this book does well.
I don't know if I'd want that, because if it does, it means that people are really enjoying the suffering of me and everyone I know on my home, which is a little depressing.
Isn't it just? But
I hate
who
how
knows?
smug you sound saying that.
But maybe that's just the perfect time to hit them with the reversal, where when they think all hope is lost, then that's when it's time to bring in some light to the darkness.
I guess that wouldn't be so bad after a day like this. As long as you make sure that it doesn't come at too heavy a cost, then yes, I'd like the sequel to have some kind of redemption for all of this.
Yeah, I think I can manage that.
I hope you do. Yeah, and I think that's a good end of that part right there.
There's my card.
All right, and here's my card.
they, they
Another.
match suits. Oh no.
Yeah. Oh boy.
Act 3 finale. In the final tally, if the author has more favor, they do not accept the protagonist is real. They are simply writing a character who they brought to life in their own imagination and nothing more. These conversations were simply the author toiling over the direction of their novel. Decide together how this final conversation goes.
All right. So having heard that like sigh of acceptance from their character, um, what does the author kind of like conclude after all of that?
That they really do need to take a nap, and but they're happy that in their sleep hallucinated uh their sleep deprived state they hallucinated a really nice conversation with the protagonist of their story, and they're like, yeah, this I'm glad that this happened because it gave me some really good ideas for next time.
Hmm. Gain some insight into my writing process. Oh my goodness, this is
Yeah.
incredible. Yeah, I should go without sleep more often.
Yeah.
Oh, bad lesson, bad lesson.
Oh no.
uh, but yeah, I think that's a good way for that to end it, and hopefully
Mhm.
we'll hope that Miss Claire's next novel is a little bit more light and happier toned, maybe with a little bit more Return of the King instead of
Twin Towers.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah. What did you think of that game?
Honestly, uh, it was very confusing when I first read it. I was like, yeah, maybe this is something that I can work with and kind of see how it plays out. But it was definitely a lot more interesting, like actually playing it with the second person uh, than I thought it was, and I kind of like it. The meta ness to it is very fun, and
Hmm.
especially if you're into that kind of thing, like Deadpool talking to the audience, kind of comedy, or maybe like the revelations of a character like figuring out that hey, I'm in a story like that, or like Doki Doki Literature Club, where the character like realizes it and tries to manipulate the protagonist or author into like doing what they want. It's
Hmm.
very very fun vibes like that.
The yeah, like the immediate like reference that I think of is there was that one Will Ferrell movie that released like 10 plus years ago.
Oh
Uh
yeah, I might not know this one.
oh god, I don't remember what it's called, but
Mhm.
it like basically he played somebody who like heard a voice in his head and it realized that it was an author
Oh,
writing out his life, and the end of it is like he real like she wants him to die,
oh,
but then like he talks and then it's like this is like a real person
mhm.
stuff. I'm gonna have to look this up now real quick. Otherwise
Okay.
it's gonna drive me crazy.
Yeah, one of those moments of oh shit, this is gonna nag at me through like the rest of the night. But yeah, definitely got that kind of vibe from it though, where it's very interesting and definitely outside of the usual kind of storytelling story that we played with these games. Like some of them have had a little bit of meta-ness to them, but nothing that's like this specifically in the actual story of the story, which is very fun.
Yeah, it's definitely very fun for like one person to be like, yeah, like I'm writing this because it's good fiction. The other person to be like,
Yeah.
this is my fucking life.
Hey, bro, why would you do this to me?
But also, the movie was called Stranger Than Fiction, and it was released in
Ooh,
2006. So,
2006.
not 10 years ago, but rather 17 years ago.
Yeah, that makes more sense why I might not have heard it then. Yeah. I was
Ouch.
uh still a little young on the young side there. Just I mean, to be fair, also, we all were. 17 years is a long time ago.
Yes, I would have been much younger, but old enough to
Mhm.
watch that movie. But yeah, that was kind of
Yeah.
my immediate cornerstone. I was like, yeah, like it's like someone realizing that they're in a movie or a film
Mhm.
book,
Yeah.
and one
Like the
person
author.
wants them to suffer because it makes for good story time, and the other person's like, I'd really rather not.
Yeah. Yeah. I
But
think the meta-ness also I feel like, if you went with the comedic route, you could also kind of get some of that, like Princess Bride kind of stuff, where you have the audience as the, like, little kid, where they're kind of, like, changing their opinion on the story, which is always very fun.
yeah, or originally I was kind of thinking like, should I try to use like a Stanley Parable voice for this? But then I realized I can't think of that. I can't think on my feet like that.
Yeah, that's very fair. Stanley Parable is, definitely a thoroughly well-written game that had a lot of, like, meditative, commentary and
Hmm.
less, improv, I feel.
But that one was really fun. How are you
Yeah.
feeling, Ocean? Because we are 2.5 hours in.
Yeah, I think I'm doing pretty good. I can do another game at like shouldn't be too bad.
You should. Sorry, you'd be good for another one.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I'd be pretty good if we're going for another one for maybe another 30 minutes or an hour.
Another 30 minutes or an hour. Okay. Well, Kat, would you like to join us for our third and final game of the night, Sanctuary?
Yeah. Get a second person here and we can experience the multiplayerness
Yeah.
fully.
Okay. Cool. Give me
Yeah.
just a second to set this up. Feel free to jump into the call in a second, and we'll get this last game of the night set up.
All right, sounds good. See you shortly.
Hmm. And we are back. And we're joined by another familiar face. Would they like to introduce themselves?
Hi, I am Kat or Katarja. I'm a little eepy, but let's go.
Yahoo!
You're an
Welcome
EVE
back.
Online streamer.
Oh
Oh
my
god,
goodness.
I'm an EVE
Yeah.
Online streamer. I've been getting it so into it again. This is not a good sign for me.
She's
Oh
gonna
dear.
go on her long sprees of playing Eve online. I'm gonna have to be like, Cat, please return to us.
Imagine going on long sprees on an MMO.
Oh man, I know, right? Oh, that I'd never do that for
Couldn't
sure.
be you.
Definitely not.
But
uh,
today, you're both here to play Sanctuary.
mm,
So, the Sanctuary is a place of great power. Power that needs to be protected, kept from falling into the wrong hands. A group of guardians rise to protect it, but by the time their final fight against the threat is over, only one will remain. Sanctuary is a map-making and storytelling game about a place of great power. The guardians charged with protecting it, and the threat seeking to take power for themselves. It can be played collaboratively with 2 to 4 players or solo. To play Sanctuary, you'll need a standard deck of playing cards separated into suits. Fuck, didn't read that part.
oh,
Unless someone wants to do that while I keep going.
I will help
I'll,
you out do that.
yeah. Oh, you're doing it, Ocean?
Yeah, I'll help
Something
take
to
care of
write
that
on,
one.
a notebook, index cards, post-it notes, something to write with, which we'll just use the notebook. Into no worries about that. Throughout play, you will create a map of the sanctuary as well as the guardians who inhabit and protect it, and the threat they have sworn to defeat. Then the battle will begin. A battle that takes place over the course of many confrontations between the guardians and the threat, all culminating with the last stand where the threat is defeated at great cost. What sanctuary will you create? Who are the guardians sworn to protect it? What is the looming threat? The choices are yours. A note about safety. Sanctuary is a game that deals heavily with conflict and loss, usually death and violence as well, with advanced knowledge that the game will end with the loss of nearly every character. When playing solo, be sure to check in with yourself and ensure that you feel comfortable to continue, take breaks when necessary, or end the game prematurely if you feel the need to.
Mm-hmm.
If you are playing Sanctuary with a group, the use of safety tools is strongly recommended. A collection of safety tools can be found in the TTRPG Safety Toolkit created by Kiana Shaw and Lauren Brian Monk at bit.ly/TTRPG Safety Toolkit. At the end of the day, this is a game, and your well-being and comfort are far more important than a game. The Sanctuary's power. As you prepare to build the map of your sanctuary, it is important to think about what the power of your sanctuary is. The form this power takes can be anything you wish. The only requisite is that it is a power the Guardians are willing to risk their lives to protect, and the threat is willing to kill to obtain. Some guiding questions to help you discern the nature of your sanctuary's power. What is the source of the power? What form does the power take? What makes this power worth protecting? How is it different from other sources of power in this world? Any thoughts?
Mm, I always like ancient like fonts of power.
Okay.
So like a giant underground ancient crystal or something like that. I'm definitely not definitely not Final Fantasy brained about all this kind of stuff.
No, of course not.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely not.
Okay.
Any input on you and any input from you, Kat?
Mm, I'm fine with a big crystal. I didn't actually think about this.
Okay.
What makes it worth protecting?
Hmm. Well, with all giant crystals and stories like these, they usually contain the powers like magical energies that help to keep balance in the land. And
Okay.
if the crystal goes and turns dark, then those same energies will channel into more malevolent dark forces and unbalance the land.
And
Mm,
how is it different from other sources of power in this world?
Hmm. I feel like crystal magic is kind of less understood and a little bit different. It's way older than the like modern magics that are used by the people of the land to do their everyday tasks and chores and fight their wars. This is something more deeply in tune with the like life and the force of the like world itself.
Okay.
I would like to make a suggestion.
Please
Go ahead.
feel free.
Everything that you said, but also it's Creeping Crystal from Avatar: The Last Airbender, and we have to prune/eat it
Ooh,
to
I
make
like
sure
that
it
idea
doesn't go
too.
out of control.
Aha, okay. So it's a sentient growing crystal.
Okay.
Fun. Okay.
Anything else you'd like to add to it before we keep going?
No, I think that's pretty much it. That important wise for the sanctuary and its crystal power.
Cat?
It tastes of lime.
Sounds good.
Ah, nice.
See, with the
I
third
was kind
person
of,
here now, is that Cat? That sure is corgied. It's
Hi.
Katarja.
I definitely thought Cat, given our last one of our last other games, you were gonna say it was bubblegum flavored.
Good old Bubblegum Lighthouse.
Good old bubblegum lighthouse.
So,
Classic.
to create the map of your sanctuary, you'll need all of the diamond-suited playing cards compiled into a 13-card deck, as well as something to write on an empty play space. Place cards face down in the play space in any arrangement you like, examples below. This will serve as the map of your sanctuary. 4 to 6 cards is recommended. Let's do 5.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, did we shuffle them first?
I
Or
shuffled
were they
them.
Okay.
Yeah.
So once and then so arrangements, so you can see. Oh, sample map B. Okay, I was gonna say like I thought they had to be connected, but I guess the intention is maybe like there's an invisible line in them.
Yeah. It could be
Yeah,
like
like-
rooms, or it could have them be like hallways, depending, I think, on what you want to go for.
Yeah, but
Yeah, I feel like sample map B is like areas instead of specific rooms because it's just sort of haphazard.
But go ahead and place them however you'd like.
Okay.
Oh, should we take turns placing?
Yeah.
If you'd like.
Oh, that's a stack of free.
Oh, it is. Oh, yeah, there we go.
Yeah, I just kind of threw them over there, so.
No problem. I think I'd like this down here to be the entrance.
Okay.
I'll let you put the next one, Kat. And then Soroka, you want to put the one after that?
Gotta have a nice main hall from the entrance.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say there's a room off to the right.
Okay. And I'll say maybe that room off to the right has a passage that secretly goes to another further down room over here.
Okay, so it's actually there's a little
passage. There's a little gap there.
And rotation value. I say
I love my internet.
I apologize.
No, that was my fault. My
Okay.
internet's not behaving very well.
Oh. Where's that card moving?
I don't know. Where did you want it to
Okay.
be at? Right over
Like, yeah, so like, a big open area to the left.
there? Okay.
And that's
Sounds
why
good.
I'm putting it like away
Thanks,
from the other
Corgi.
cards.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm like offset. Okay.
Once the cards are placed in the arrangement you like, flip them over one by one. Each card, ace is 1, up through king is 13, corresponds to a listing on the map prompts table. As you flip each card, answer each prompt in its listing. By answering the prompts, you'll learn about that location, as well as one detail about either the guardian or the threat.
Okay.
First card, Queen of Diamonds. Which is a place used for gatherings. What makes this spot ideal for gatherings? What was the first event held here? How does the sanctuary's power change when its people are gathered? And also an answer for the threat. What about them frightens the guardians?
I think that in terms of this space, this is like the entrance and closer to the entrance of this place. So that way the guardians can maybe emerge from their slumber and gather here and be ready to defend the sanctuary at all costs.
See, I get the feeling that, like, if the entrance is also the gathering place, then that means A, the rest of the sanctuary is very private to the Guardians, and B, like, we probably get visitors of some kind.
That's a good point.
Because, like, otherwise, a different room would be the gathering place, not the entrance, you know?
Yeah, that's very true. Yeah, so it's a kind of like meeting hall for not only the Guardians, but any visitors they may be receiving as well. Okay. And then for the threats,
What about
what about
right the Guardians? Each time they're attacked, they split up into multiple. Every time they're attacked, they split into two of the same creature, again and again and again, as many times as you attack them.
god dang multiplying enemies? Ugh, the
Mhm.
worst. Gotta waste all your AoEs on them.
Do they become smaller, or do they, like, regenerate into the same size again?
Eventually, they'll become the same size again.
Oh my god.
Ooh, even worse. All right. Next card is
8. The main
8.
source of water.
Oh.
Ooh.
What kind of water source is this? Is there fear of losing this source? How does the sanctuary's power reflect in the water?
I think that for this place, maybe this is like it's an underground lake with a couple of like stepping stones that go across it.
Mhm.
And so it's like a natural underwater like spring that runs the water out, and so it just pools from under the ground.
But does the crystal grow here, or is the crystal further in?
I think the crystal probably grows it goes further in, but maybe like there's small patches of crystal that have like poked through the ground and are like peeking out through here. So it has to be trimmed lest it overgrow and cover the water source.
Yeah, okay. And
There
don't want it
is-
to taste the water source.
There is no card that says, like, this is where the source of power is. So, as far as I know, it could be anywhere on this map.
We just decide.
Yep.
Yeah.
So, yeah, when the water starts tasting like lime, that's when we have to trim.
They have to do a
Sounds
little
good.
scouring. Yeah. They have to use Lime Away to get rid of the. Anyways, I'm so sorry.
Okay. Anything? Is there fear of losing this source?
I think that there's not really a fear of losing the source of water. It's been here for like many, many ages, and so it's clearly quite reliable and stable.
Okay.
The only fear of losing it is like losing it to overgrown crystals, perhaps.
Sounds
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think the sanctuary's power reflecting in the water is like maybe a more like literal reflecting in the water. Like you can see the sparkles of like its energy across the water surface, maybe.
good. Also, it tastes like lime.
And it tastes like lime. Delicious lime.
Answer for the threat. How do they know that the sanctuary and its power exists? Because it is the last of the 4 crystal palaces in the world. The crystal sanctuary, and it's taken over all the 3 other ones. This is the final one.
Oh, I see. So this is a truly dire situation. Okay.
I've made a terrible mistake. I'm sorry. I need to retcon something.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
It's not lime. It's grape. It's a crystal. It's a crystal.
The squapes.
Oh my god. Incredible. Oh my gosh. And the water tasting like grape juice a little bit whenever it gets tainted by the crystal source.
That's better.
Incredible. All right. I like this retcon. We'll go forward with this one with our crystal. All right. So next one. To
There
flip
we
is
go.
this one
I've put a Oh no! Arts with the Squeenix legal department. This long job finally paid off. You're coming with me. Oh
Oh
shit!
my god, no.
They're onto
Oh
us.
no.
Dang it. They found
Stolen
us.
assets. No.
No. Also, Kat, I've put an accurate representation
I
of the
noticed.
main source of power.
Oh my god, it's the crystal. It's above us. It's with us all along.
It's in our hearts.
Incredible.
All right.
But on-
Next card.
Yeah, the side room here.
A
6.
place recently left vacant. What was it before it was left behind? What made the Guardians abandon it? How does the Sanctuary's power feel different here?
Ooh.
Hmm.
I think that maybe this was one place that was accidentally left to overgrow. Maybe a generation of Guardians, perhaps, were less than enthusiastic about their jobs. Maybe some of them even left for the outside world, thinking that they don't want to be cooped up and lost here in this underground cavern with this magical grape crystal. That's a job for suckers, and they're not suckers. They want to go out and see the world, and so the like the lessening of people who are here perhaps caused the area to become a little too overgrown. The crystal is now almost unbreakable in some places, and so it's very difficult for anybody to traverse there normally. They have to do what they can to prevent any further growth, of course, but some places already lost them, perhaps.
Hmm.
Okay.
But what was it?
Mm.
Hmm.
Maybe it was like a prayer room or something, like very, very like
Oh.
yeah, saint or like religious, like you know.
Well, that would be very like appropriate. Like they lost their faith, and then the faith literally got consumed by crystal.
Yeah, exactly. Like it's metaphorical. Oh my gosh, it's oh
Oh,
the story. You can see it's like poetry. It rhymes anyway.
also just realized I've been blocking chat's view of the map the entire fucking time. Sorry.
Oh, whoopsies. Oh, good. Now you get to see the map with us, chat.
How does
You
the
get to see
Sanctuary's
your
power feel different here?
Hmm.
How does it feel different?
Is it more like malevolent, less contained?
See, if we're going by like grape analogies, it feels like sour and overripe.
Mm. The air feels a little too like rich with like vibrant and volatile energy, perhaps.
Hmm.
Maybe it feels like if you accidentally lit a candle in here, it would like set off a chain of explosions. It just kind of feels like tingly to your skin. There's like maybe a sickly purple glow from certain corners of the room where the crystal is like eking out.
Hmm.
Yeah, I like that. I like that. Okay.
Answer for the threat. Why do they want the Sanctuary's power?
Well,
They
who
want
could
it.
resist the power of the grapes?
Yeah, but they want it to. They need the power from the Sanctuary in order to sustain all those like copies of themselves that have sprung up after it was attacked over and over again.
Mm. I see. I see. It's like a feeding ground for energy for them. Okay.
Mhm.
Interesting. Interesting.
7.
Oh, all right.
A place of quiet rest. How has nature uniquely shaped this place? What marks it as a place of rest? How does the Sanctuary's power promote calmness here?
So we did mention that this is like has a secret passage, a hidden passageway here between these two, and I think maybe it being a quiet place of rest, maybe the crystal kind of grew outwards towards that other chamber, but maybe didn't grow as much in this direction, so has allowed maybe more natural growth to compete with it and take some of its space there. Maybe there's like some fungal growths, like some like glowing mushrooms and
Mushroom.
plants and stuff.
I feel like that, but also we've established that we're sort of in a mountain or underground of some kind with the underground lake. I would like to think that there is a crevice in the roof of this chamber that lets in light and animals, and they sort of naturally make sure the crystal doesn't overgrow on its own, so it's sort of stable in this sanctum.
Ooh,
So
I
they
see.
help you eat it.
Hmm.
I see. So they kind of like eat the crystal naturally and help keep it trimmed. And so a lot of nature has been able to grow here without having to fight the crystal off. And so it's like a nice natural resting spot.
Can the guardians still get to this spot? Because you said it was connected through the room that's been abandoned.
Good
I think
question.
maybe some of the oldest guardians know that this place exists, but are reluctant to tell any of the newcomers about it, or some of the like younger guardians about it, and
Okay.
fears that they'll go through that
Hmm.
more dangerous corridor and try to venture to it, and curiosity, and get themselves
Hmm.
hurt or killed.
Do you think the oldest guardians know how to reach it from above ground? Because I imagine the crevice wouldn't be that big or that accessible, but you'd still be able to find it.
Yeah, it's probably like a split in like a canyon somewhere up in the mountain area above it.
Hmm.
That is just very, very hard to reach because it's like out of the way and stuff. And yeah, it's you know, just sheer elevation makes it nigh impossible to get there, and probably really, really difficult for any armies to approach it.
Hmm.
So this keeps it nice and safe from an
Okay.
intrusion. Yeah.
What marks it as a place of rest?
Well,
Mm.
it's the only place that you could get vitamin D.
That for sure. But I think also maybe the like natural growth there has created like a little forest sanctuary inside of the sanctuary. Like grass grows there with the power, like the the sunlight that's there. It makes a nice soft bed of grass. There's some like like small plant life that supports like life there. Some like other types of fruit and other things like that, and it gives it an aroma that like counteracts the powerful grape aroma of the crystals.
Okay.
And so it makes it a little bit more easy to like rest for anybody who's not like the guardians and grape pilled.
Hmm.
Not sufficiently great pilled.
Yeah.
Uh, how does the sanctuary's power promote calmness here?
Well, I think sort of like how you see watering holes in dry areas, the animals will not murder each other. I feel like there's a bunch of magical animals that will not murder each other because they all need the grape. So,
Hmm.
They all coexist in the grape.
they
Yeah.
all coexist in the grape.
By the power of the grape, none none shall fight here, except for the forces of darkness, of course.
Mm-hmm. Answer
Yeah,
for the
they wish.
guardians. Sorry, Cat.
No, I was just gonna say they wish to drink the entire watering hole. How dare?
How rude. Answers for the guardians. How many guardians are there?
Hmm. I think that perhaps since they're like mortal guardians that have lives of their own, and sometimes they want to like leave, and sometimes they want to like seek out other things. I think maybe there's not a whole bunch of other guardians that are still here. Maybe
Hmm.
there's, I don't know, maybe just under 100 guardians that live in this place and tend to it. It's enough to keep it like clean and keep the intrusion of any outsiders away, and support a small community, but not really enough to be of any like great importance to any like neighboring kingdoms or areas that are around there. Just like kind of known as a people that exist there. Be a couple neighboring towns that live outside of the caves.
Hmm.
I thought you were going to say like 20.
Uh, I mean, I was imagining that this sanctuary area was pretty decently large.
Okay.
Yeah,
Hmm.
Makes
So we
sense.
got like a village.
yeah, it's about a village size. Yeah,
Takes a
Like
village to raise a grape.
Yeah. Especially one this polygonal.
Oh, wait, new lore.
Mhm.
The Guardians, like they originally, like they first started tending to the grape because they were like grape farmers, and then it became
Oh,
a whole thing.
I see. They like maybe like moved here from another land that like was struck with pestilence or something. Their knowledge of grapes allowed them to tend properly to this grape crystal.
Hmm.
Okay.
So it's a literal village.
Yeah. Okay.
Ready for the final card?
Yeah.
Hmm.
The king.
Oh. All right.
A place considered sacred.
Okay.
Excuse me. Is this a place kept from most, or can anyone visit? What happened here for it to be deemed sacred? What makes the sanctuary's power vibrant here?
Hmm.
So, this being a place that is very sacred, I think that maybe this large chamber is perhaps where the legendary grape crystal is stored. This is where it grows from the ground and like with like crystalline vines and stuff that like have grown out from underneath it, but the main body of the crystal uh, kind of floats, maybe tethered by a couple of like crystal like tendrils
Hmm.
to the floor and ceiling, but like otherwise kind of defies gravity and like hovers in this chamber.
Yeah, it's the
Yeah.
vineyard.
Yeah.
Also, if we've got like a big, like a big sacred open area vineyard here, I feel like the most of the population, especially the not military part of the Guardians, would live
Mhm.
around here, like next
Yeah.
to the water source and next to the vineyard.
Yeah. I think that would make sense. Like that's where most of them like who or maybe like that's where like the younger guardians who are still training or some of the elderly guardians who can't really fight as well live.
Hmm.
Yeah. Away from the like the great meeting hall where most of the like protecting duties are and
Yeah,
trimming duties.
cause yeah, I feel like the young and the old would tend to the grape, and the healthy and able-bodied would defend the place.
Hmm. Yeah. That sounds about right. Good lore, good world building. I like it. Is this place kept for most, or can anyone visit it? I think that like the actual like grape crystal itself maybe has like area sanctioned around it where you shouldn't approach it for your own safety as well as for the safety of the crystal. But outside of that, the entire chamber is like an open vineyard where you can go and harvest the
Hmm.
grapes and yeah, maybe if you're an outsider seeking like the power of the crystal and you're deemed worthy, they'll let you go to one of these smaller little grape vineyards and pluck a bundle of grape crystals
Hmm.
right off the vine for you to take
Straight off the
for your
vine.
quest. Yeah.
Sorry, you two keep doing the lore. I'll be right back.
Okay, no problem.
Oh, okay.
Sounds good. Let me see. I kind of like that idea though. Like, if like heroes come through on their quests, they're like tasked with gathering power from all four of the crystals. Like, this one, that's how they grant this power to you.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I
Yeah.
feel like
Mhm.
I feel like I don't know how stable a completely insular village population is. So I feel like as people would come for the grapes, some might settle down if they're deemed trustworthy over the years.
Yeah. Maybe they like take in people from the other surrounding villages who wish to also like keep maybe stable relations with this grape crystal tribe.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, like do like some marriages and stuff like that, or maybe if they have people who are really interested in it and want to become like caretakers of the crystal.
Yeah.
Yeah, something like
Yeah.
that. Okay.
And I was just thinking, since we're like just talking about lore until Woka comes back,
yeah.
you know how like you said at the start, like it regulates the environment, like regular magic crystal stuff,
Yeah.
and how I said like magical creatures would treat it like a watering hole. I think like that way, like if if it goes too big or disappears, then all the magical creatures in the land will get fucked.
hmm And so people have a vested interest in, like, making sure that it's well maintained.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Maybe that's like something that a local kingdom, maybe they don't care about like the village too much other than just make sure that it's still there. And so maybe
Yeah.
they'll send people to inspect it and like
Just
inspect
make
notes,
sure
make
those
sure they're okay.
crazy fellas are still doing whatever they're doing down
Yeah,
there.
Yeah,
and
make sure those
maybe get the
uh,
Lord some crystal wine tax.
something like that, yeah.
Uh, Corgi asked, "Could you get some grape crystals? Could they get some grape? Could she get some grape crystals, please? How do you pass the test?"
Well, Corgid, if your soul truly resonates with the grapes, and you're deemed to have a worthy bearing, then they'll allow you to settle there if you wish to live there and tend to the grapes, or if you prove yourself as a hero by doing a fetch quest to get them 4 pieces of bones from the local wildlife, then you too can
Hmm.
also get a bushel of the grapes crystals.
Well,
But
you are looking.
also there's like a guardian in the corner of the entrance selling grapes for like big bucks, and everyone
That's,
dislikes him, but they tolerate him because they need money to trade.
I'll work on that now. Wonderful.
All right.
Just be advised that if you are going to live here, every guardian except one of them will die during the course of this story. So
Yeah.
hopefully
Make
you
sure
you
that
live.
yeah. Make sure you're ready to fight. That you are that last guardian.
Wait,
Corgid
I,
is the last guardian.
Oh
I
my
just
god.
realized we set up an entire village of civilians to die. Oh god.
Yeah. Well. Yep. Well. Be prepared.
So yeah, enjoy you fabricated some more crimes to do. So have fun.
Uh-huh. I'm so ready for it.
The
Hmm.
battle for the sanctuary. With
All
the
right.
board set, the time has come for the guardians and the threat to struggle over
Wait,
control of
wait,
the
wait.
sanctuary.
Did we answer the rule?
The
The
guardians.
question?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, sorry, the guardians. What abilities, mundane or supernatural, do they have?
Hmm.
Hmm. I think that the power of the crystal has granted them, like, perhaps nature powers, some ability to speak with nature, maybe conjure some like magical plants in places.
Hmm.
Um, yeah, maybe something like that, where it's like drawing on the power of the crystal itself. Maybe consuming the energies of the crystal grapes has maybe like the way that they turn it into wine has granted them like a connection to it, and so they're
Okay.
able to like call on some of its power to enact force in the real world.
Yeah. We got that crystal ambrosia.
Yeah, exactly.
Corgi's asking if she gets a pet creature if she becomes a guardian.
Hmm.
um
Well,
you know
if you feed one of the magical creatures a bunch of grapes, they may be tamed like in Minecraft.
Yeah, I think maybe like every so often, a youngster in the village uh, forms a bond with one of the creatures from the glade. They disobey their elders and go wandering off into the glade, and then they find a creature that helps them like safely make its way back, and they spiritually bond with it. And
Hmm.
Corgi, that could be you. Who knows? That's a possibility.
Okay. Alright, did you want to define any more powers, or are we good to move on? You're
I
so
think
moving
that's
there.
fine.
Congratulations, Corgi. Enjoy your new life as a guardian.
All right.
Yeah.
With the board set, the time has come for the Guardians and the threat to struggle over control of the Sanctuary and its power. To play out this confrontation, you'll need all of the heart and spade-suited playing cards compiled into a 26 deck, as well as something to write on. These are the spades, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Clubs left. Tragic.
Shuffle the deck and draw the top card. Place it face up onto one of the locations on the map. This is the location where the confrontation takes place. Note, where you place cards is up to you. You do not need to have confrontations at every location and can focus on as many as you want in a single location. Whatever you feel your story fits your story the best. Well, I think like the only clear option is to put one right on the entrance.
Hmm.
If you want to, we can also offset it a little bit. Like
yeah,
that.
go for it. Thanks. Read the card's associated confrontation prompt according to its color and number. Next, roll a d6 to see how successful the Guardians are against the threat during this encounter. At the start of the game, victory comes easy as the Guardians face the threat at full strength. To begin, any roll above a 2 on the die represents in success for Guardians, while a 1 or a 2 represents failure. So,
So, read
We
the
got a
cards.
midnight intruder.
Yeah.
Ooh.
In the moonless night, a patrolling Guardian glimpses a moving shadow. They trust their instincts, breaking off to pursue, more sure than each heartbeat that there's an intruder in the sanctuary, that they have to be stopped. Okay, roll the dice. One of you, por favor.
All right. Oh, there's dice.
6. All right, so that's a success.
Nice.
On a success, the Guardian spots the intruder as they duck into a building. The Guardian follows quickly inside. What is kept here?
I think that the intruder, during the night, they sneak in through the entrance, perhaps knowing where people are, like stationed a little too well, and sneaks in and slips into one of the buildings that houses maybe the sleeping quarters for where the other guards usually stay.
Bad choice on their part.
Yeah.
Or maybe that's what their intention is. They're trying to take out the Guardians at night while they're, asleep. These are the ones that are like, all sleeping during the time, and they've only got the other guy guarding, so.
They surprise the intruders. They're trying to leave with something in hand, though. What are they stealing?
Ooh, I see they're trying to steal something. Perhaps, I think maybe they are trying to steal maybe a map of the sanctuary.
Yeah, like stuff from, assuming we have a military hierarchy here, stuff from like an officer's quarters.
Yeah, something like that maybe. They're the like head guard who has the map for the more restricted areas. Maybe they're trying to steal that to try and get an advantage of maybe knowing where some other secret entrances are or where some weak points might be.
And I think the other big thing to steal from an officer's quarters would be a schedule.
True. Yeah. They've got they've got just like a pamphlet of a folder of different important documents, perhaps then. Okay.
They valiantly apprehended the intruder. What was stolen is returned, and the intruder is brought before the Guardians for judgment. What is done with them? What is done to prevent future thefts?
Okay. So I think after raising the alarm, the other guards come to the aid of the other one, and they manage to capture the intruder. And then what were you going to say, Kat?
Well, I'm just like, because let me organize my thoughts. These are things that multiply and feed on the energy of the crystal. So are they magical creatures and dealt with like animals, or are they wizards and dealt with like people?
That's a good question. Are these threat creatures, Roka, like humanoid, more people-like, or are they more bestial?
It's up to you, because I think there are prompts that say the threat depends upon the sanctuary. So This might just be some random asshole.
Hmm.
I think that in general, the forces of darkness maybe are like, the dark threat is maybe more primal and like bestial in nature, but they have
Hmm.
like, they have the ability to like worm their tendrils of like dark thoughts into humans, and so maybe they can turn some humans over to their side in the hopes of gaining dark powers or whatever. So maybe this is one of those humans who's like seeking a way to curry favor with the dark forces.
Ah.
Mm. That's how they knew to look for things like this. Maybe they're actually like a professional thief or something like that, looking for a way to steal something that would be so unimaginably rich, or something that would make them so unimaginably rich that they never have to worry about stealing again.
Hmm.
So maybe that's why they're familiar with the things that they need to steal.
Right. Well, then what is to be done with them? If they're just like a fief that has been corrupted, I feel like imprisonment and purification ritual, if we have one.
Yeah, I think maybe they will imprison them in maybe like a chamber near the corrupted room, the one that's like sealed with a bunch of crystals there on the right, and maybe keep them even in a cage of crystals, perhaps, to make sure that they're one unable to break out, and two also maybe like that's their way of like, you intruder desire our crystals, then here you may have them, be surrounded by them, unable to do anything with them, kind of way.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Spooky.
Yeah. Okay. And then what's done to prevent future thefts? I think maybe it might just be they increase the amount of guards available at night, and maybe they have more people ready, and let their like whole populace know that there may be more forces coming to take the crystal. This theft, this attempted theft, is but an omen of
Hmm.
dark forces moving towards them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Any? Okay.
Any thoughts, Kat? Anything else?
Um. I had a thought of like as as uh more of the village is brought to be guards with this ill omen. A
Hmm.
a new arrival that came a couple years ago called Corgid has become a guard with their pet like watchdog elemental creature or whatever.
Mhm.
I'm gonna make a protagonist out of you, Corgid.
Hell yeah, it's the Corgid. Yeah, it's her. Let's go.
Woohoo!
All
So,
right, exciting.
once you've completed the card's prompt, flip a new one onto the same location or a new one for the next confrontation. Repeat this process, flipping cards, rolling for success or failure, and answering prompts until enough failures have occurred that this success is impossible. The numbers needed to roll a success exceeds 6.
I see. Okay.
So,
So until we literally physically cannot make any more
Yep.
successes.
someone can go ahead and put the next card down.
All right. And I'll go ahead and say it happens here.
In the
Oh.
abandoned room.
Where the guy
Yeah.
got imprisoned.
Oh, yeah.
The
Actually,
spy.
I think there's a easy way to. Never mind, you're good.
Yeah.
A spy from the threat infiltrates the sanctuary disguised as a guardian. Their con is long, taking up residence within the sanctuary. They patrol, train, share meals, absorbing all that they can of the inner workings of the sanctuary, all without anyone giving them a second look.
Oh my god,
Ooh,
Corgi, you've betrayed us.
So, let's go ahead and roll.
Yeah.
That's a 3.
3.
That's a success.
All right.
On a success, as soon as the spy is convinced their disguise is flawless, something tips their hand. What gives the spy away?
I think that perhaps this spy, is actually introduced this village as like a marriage partner to one of the other villagers. Maybe,
Hmm.
you know, they're introduced there, and they seem innocent enough. They seem like they're very eager to help out. They even hear the threat of, oh, there's possibly more evil on the way, and so they volunteer to become a guard and stuff, and even try to help take shifts to make sure that the the consumed cave over here is a little bit more well
Hmm.
tended to, and carefully like watched over in case anything would happen to it. But
Yeah.
they're over eager perhaps to like talk to the like to like protect the prisoner who's over there, and perhaps the way the prisoner reacts to them, they recognize them as maybe one of their partners in crime that they used to know.
Hmm. Oh, like maybe they're the one who let them into the guard's office in the first place, and they're trying to the thief's trying to save his own skin, but
Mm.
doing betraying the spy maybe.
Oh, yeah, maybe like they're like, hey, you can get me out of here, right? Like you're here to save me, right? Or something like that, and then they're overheard perhaps by another guard who's passing by.
Hmm.
Yeah. Right.
With their identity revealed, the spy offers sensitive information about the threat's plans in exchange for their life, an offer too good to refuse. What do they reveal? How will it considerably help the Guardians?
Mm. So I think this person now being like now having been recognized as, hey, you're an outsider trying to conspire against us, and they're brought before the rest of the Guardians, and they're they're interrogated about why they're here truly, and like how much of their behavior was all an act and all that, and perhaps on threat of also being locked forever in a cage of crystals. They because they definitely, having been trained here and stuff, would know that that's what's coming for them. They would perhaps
Hmm.
maybe give up the fact that they were contacted by the force of the darkness to maybe for them to do something, or for like that the darkness would do something in exchange for them perhaps, or
Hmm.
maybe they would give them something.
See, uh, I'm sort of like going in a different direction just
Oh yeah,
because
go ahead.
drama, but I feel like you said they were brought in via marriage.
Yeah.
I sort of imagined that his wife actually loved him and now is in a jealous, like, not a jealous, like a murderous rage
Oh. I see.
for the
Okay.
drama.
Ah, okay. So he's in danger of getting taken out.
Hmm. You
Removed as a
married
threat
me
to the
just to,
sanctuary.
like, enter the sanctuary? How dare you? Did you ever love me?
Yeah, something like that.
Hmm.
And so that'll be like, why he's so desperate to like, hey, please save me from her and don't let her into the judgment room or whatever. And he gives up that maybe he was corrupted. Maybe like the village that he came from even was corrupted, and their
Hmm.
like chief sent him as a way to like gather information and infiltrate it, and perhaps make it a little bit easier for the forces of darkness to take in exchange for either
Hmm.
survival of the village or something like that.
Hmm.
Does he maybe let slip like a how the possession works?
Oh, yeah. I think I like that idea. Maybe he lets them know that um it's not really necessarily a possession, but like a voice that whispers inside of your mind of someone really close to you or something like that. That like
Oh.
coerces you into doing things for it. And so that'll probably help the Guardians know that, okay, if anybody starts hearing voices of, people who are close to them who they definitely aren't around, or they definitely like like they ask, hey, did you just say XYZ thing? And they say, no, why would I say that? Then that's like a good sign to be like, hey, be on the lookout. Maybe that's the forces of the darkness trying to worm its way into you.
Ooh. All right.
Yeah. Okay.
Any ideas,
Yeah.
Kat?
No, I like that, but we haven't answered the penultimate question of what are we doing with him now that he's like given us information?
Yep.
Yeah.
Information in hand, some guardians contend that the spy cannot be allowed to live or leave, while others insist on honoring the agreement. What is done with the spy?
I think that with the corruption and treachery found, I think that they can't possibly let him leave. Maybe they'll hold him until he repents, like has had time to repent, and they're sure that the danger is clear. The JRPG hero has come and helped defeat the evil, so that way they don't have to worry about it as much anymore. And
Repent from what? I thought he was possessed.
yeah, I don't know. Like maybe they just want to hold him there until like the forces of darkness no longer have a control on his mind or whatever. Maybe.
Fair.
My
Or
vote
maybe.
is we leave him to the wife. She may
Damn.
not murder him, but she's gonna make his life very, very not great.
Damn.
I
I
see.
fucked up.
I see. Leave it to the one who knows him the best on his judgment. I see.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, I can work with that. I can work with that.
Yeah, thank you so much for the
Raiders.
Ah, welcome Raiders.
awesome.
Yeah.
Super Mario 3D World plus Bowser's Fury. Nice. I hope you had a great time with that. Thank you so much for tuning in. My name is Soroka, the Magpie Treasure and VTuber. And today we are playing Sanctuary, one of the 256 games inside of the Games for Gaza itch.io bundle. And we are doing so to raise money for medical aid for Palestinians. And thanks to a generous donation tonight, we are almost at $500, which is pretty cool. And today with me are returning characters Ocean and Cat.
Hello, hello.
Hi.
I don't know why I called them characters.
It's because
Yeah,
we're
we're
thinking
just
through your imagination, Soroka.
yeah, we're just a
Ooh.
bicycle. Ooh.
Whoa.
That
Anyway.
explains so much. This is when he uses playing cards too. Yeah, you make a map out of playing cards, and then you overlay more playing cards to answer questions. It's neat.
Yeah, that's a pretty fun system. I like it.
Would it be all right if I place the next one?
Yeah,
Absolutely,
sounds good
go
to
for
me.
it.
Just because, like, I feel like we're sort of continuing on from each event, so I'm gonna place this one in the village
In
slash like
water,
lake.
watering
Yeah.
hole.
Yeah,
The
that
good old
water hole.
hole. Right.
This is the Nine of Hearts.
Overwhelming force.
An alarm is raised from the sanctuary's border. The threat is closing in at a troubling pace, with forces more numerous than any previous assault. All guardians rush to arm themselves and prepare for the fight, forcing the thought that they're completely outnumbered from their minds. Also, Sheppy Raid, thank you so much.
Oh my
My
gosh,
goodness.
another raid.
Many generous friends tonight. What were you
Welcome,
Sheppy?
raiders.
Welcome.
Oh, some lethal company. Nice.
Ah, hell yeah.
Can't wait to play that
Very
myself.
cool game.
Well, thank you so much for tuning in. My name is Soroka, the Magpie Treasure and VTuber, and today we are playing Sanctuary, one of the 256 games inside of the Games for Gaza itch.io bundle, which was available on itch but no longer is. And we are doing so to raise money for medical aid for Palestinians, which, thanks to a generous donation, we are almost at $500 tonight, which is pretty cool. And joining me today is Ocean and Kat.
That's us.
I feel like I have quite a strong idea for this event.
Okay.
Okay.
Go ahead and roll.
Oh yes.
Ooh,
Oh,
that's a
first
failure. Failure. I'm gonna go ahead and
Alright.
increase the counter. I'm just gonna keep a
Yeah.
counter so we can keep track.
Yeah,
That's
so
the number
3
that we
to
have to
them.
beat.
Mhm.
On a failure. No one knows where these forces came from, but the threat easily triples the Guardians in number. The fight wages on, as Guardian after Guardian falls. How do the Guardians keep fighting when all feels hopeless?
I think. Oh, you had an idea for this one, Ken,
Yeah,
so go ahead.
my idea was that the neighboring village, like, basically they want their man back after we left him to the wife. And so they all come up to the entrance and cause a big ruckus, try and force their way in. And in all this confusion, the darkness, the fret, like slips into the lake area and like is behind the guards and shit breaks loose.
Oh my.
I see. So like they're like the riot is at the front of the gates where the villagers are there, kind of like combating the guardians and trying to like push their way through. And during that, like the villagers maybe they're not even aware completely like that this is the work of the darkness itself. Maybe they're just the darkness said, I'll stir up like discontent in their hearts, and they'll go forth and act as a distraction for us.
They will become
Yeah.
heartless.
Oh my god.
Pitiful, heartless. Anyways. But yeah, so the water area, the underground lake is overrun, and there's like dozens and dozens and hundreds of creatures all rushing through, and not only just fighting the guardians in the lake and whatnot, but also like as they're fighting, they're like gore and like the black goop that spills from their veins, because it's definitely black goop, like contaminates the water a bit and stuff, and so like it makes it like sticky, I guess, like tar, and the guardians have to fight their way to like wade through it even more than before, and so they keep falling. But this is their only water source, and the thought of the villagers behind them, they're elderly and they're young, is like helping to motivate them to keep on fighting, to keep defending their home.
Okay. So how do the Guardians keep fighting when all feels hopeless? Is it because the village is behind there?
Yeah. Like they're fighting to protect their homes, and they're reminded from like that, like them being so close to it, that this is our last line of defense. We have to push them back.
Okay. Just as the fight feels lost, a champion rises from the remaining Guardians and leads with renewed vigor, driving the threat off, but only just. Exhausted, the Guardians fall back to rest. How many were lost in the assault? How will the fallen be remembered? How does it affect morale in the sanctuary moving forward?
Oh my gosh, Corgid.
Yeah,
in the moment of
Corgid.
Yeah, in the moment of darkest, like the darkest hour of the fight, a hero rises up. They're like their pets flying behind them, just leaping out to help fight off these darkness creatures, and they help to rally the remaining guardians with their dramatic entrance and their bravery. And they're like still kind of new, and so they weren't trusted with like full guard duties yet, but they know how to fight, and they prove themselves in this battle. And that seeing that young new youth fighting alongside them with such vigor helps to renew the fighting spirit of all the guardians nearby.
Yeah. And I feel like for the answer of how many were lost, just thinking logically, assuming about a third of the village is the young and the elderly, that would have about 60 able-bodied people. I'd say about like half of those are guards. So I want to say like 10-ish.
Only
What do
10
you
got
think,
killed.
Ocean? What do
Only
you
about
think,
10?
Ocean? More or less?
I was thinking more, because like the force of the darkness like it triples the number of guardians.
Fair.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe the majority of the guards then.
Yeah, like most of the guards are taken out and trying to like fight. A couple of them remain, maybe some of the like more experienced ones, but some of the younger ones, some of the less experienced ones are unfortunately taken out. And so,
Hmm.
yeah.
Yeah.
And of course, champion Corgid.
Oh
Yes.
yes, and of
Champion
course,
Corgi.
Champion Corgi remains.
All right. Should we move on to the next card?
Just one more
Well,
thing.
Oh yeah.
yeah, it's asking how does
Oh
the
yeah.
fallen be remembered, and what does the morale feel like afterwards? I think
Hmm.
a vigil is probably held. Maybe they retreat back to the crystal, the big giant crystal sanctum area, and
Yeah.
they light a vigil for all the remain like the dead guards. Bury them with like you know crystals like planted overhead of them, so that way they can return back to it.
Hmm. I think also like since a lot of like all of the guards would have been taken away from the entrance to fight,
Hmm.
the other village would have entered, like seen all of the carnage, had an existential crisis about why they've been doing this, and like sort of along with the spy dude explaining to them how the possession works, they might be not hostile anymore. They might have
Hmm.
like snapped out of it a bit and sorted themselves out after this.
Yeah.
Okay.
That makes sense. And so maybe like regaining the trust of the villagers has like, maybe not regained all of their like morale, but like helped to bolster it a little bit.
Hmm.
Just knowing that okay, the people can be saved from this. There is still a chance for us to fight back against it, kind of thing.
And how does it affect morale?
I think that kind of just helps to bolster it. It's very low, but seeing a hero rise in combat and having their hope renewed and their fellow other humans, I think that
Yeah.
helps to bolster it a little bit. And so they're still ready to fight, still willing to defend their home, even if they are battered and bruised and
Yeah.
down in number.
Still, time of mourning, I think.
Yeah.
Mhm. All right. Should we move on to the next?
Next card,
Yes.
yeah.
I think it's
Go
time for
ahead,
some
Zero.
nature carnage.
Oh
Oh.
boy. Okay. We
The
got
Three
some.
of Spades. The storm.
Oh no.
Dark clouds fill the sky. A storm rages around the sanctuary. Winds blow, rain and hail pelt the sanctuary, and the guardians take cover until the storm ebbs. Two guardians stand lookout at the edge of cover, keeping watch over what limited parts of the sanctuary they can see through the wind and rain. Once most guardians are settled into rest, a loud crash reverberates through the sanctuary. The lookouts jump to action, hoping the sound is the storm and not the threat.
The fact that you put that in the one area that's exposed to the sky is nice.
Yeah, very, very convenient.
This whole show is scripted. We failed.
Oh my god.
Oh no.
Oh.
We didn't have enough like lookouts and stuff after everyone died.
Rip.
And this place was so far away and like not remembered by many people. So the few that did remember it, you know, were unable to keep watch of it properly.
The storm makes traversing the sanctuary difficult, even for the Guardians. By the time they reach the source of the noise, there's nothing to be found. The Guardians return indoors, sure that all is well. What sign of the threat's presence did the Guardians miss in their investigation?
Mm.
I think that perhaps like the like the heavy storm like sweeps through the entire cave, makes it even colder and stuff, and brings maybe some chill air that drives people into their houses. Maybe not exactly, especially in some of the inner parts of the cave. Maybe it's not like exactly like a storm per se in there, but it has that same kind of effect. And the wind is so strong, it blows out all candles and stuff if they're not like properly shielded. And so the guardians are like forced to stay inside, and yeah, maybe that's how they kind of miss out on the things that are going
Yeah.
on outside. They hear some
Mhm.
noises and stuff in the dark, but unable to properly go investigate it with their like lanterns and torches and limited manpower. They are unable to find signs of perhaps cracks in the walls, maybe in the
Mm.
ceilings, that kind of signify that maybe the threat is actually digging their way through some of the weaker parts of the cavern, and like maybe use like they're so powerful after taking out the other three crystals that they've actually managed to, like, with sheer numbers, climb into the chasm, and some of them have
Ooh.
managed to survive.
Mm.
Maybe there's some
Mm.
like maybe there's some like splattered bodies of like some of the ones that didn't survive but were as like used as cushions for other like entities of the threat.
Like surviving a
That,
fall by landing on Elster copies.
Ooh.
that's kind of what I had in
Oh
mind,
my
but
god.
yeah, just something similar to that where they're able to
Hey
survive.
everyone, you should all play Signalis. It's pretty
Yeah,
great.
it is pretty great. Anyways, there's no escaping from Signalis anyway.
Mhm.
But
So
yes, I
which
think that's
what oh yeah, the cracks in the walls is
yeah,
the
the
sign
cracks
of
in
the
the
threat's presence.
walls and the like bodies of the other threat entities that didn't survive but were clearly used as cushions, like they're splatted on like multiple
Goop.
ways
There
to
was goop.
show, yeah, that
By
they
morning, the storm has passed, and the Guardians leave their shelter to assess any damages. They're shocked to find evidence of the threat within their walls. What did the
Hmm.
threat do during their infiltration to weaken the sanctuary? What makes this attack more sinister than others?
Well, my first thought to that is that they ate all the crystal in the like garden sanctum,
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
and that means none of the magical creatures are going to show up there anymore.
No, my
Like,
magical
Ooh.
woodland creatures.
yeah, like
No.
the ecology has been disrupted because the part they could access has been just ruined.
Oh, I see, yeah, that makes sense. So luckily Corgi's lucky like mount or pet companion creature has been feeding on the crystals in the like the inner vineyard, but
Hmm.
the other creatures that have were not so lucky are stuck out, and we're not able to get any more, and so have left.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
And of course, in fantasy fashion, as the magical creatures leave and die, the land, land grows barren and whatnot.
The land, the land.
Oh no.
Uh,
What makes this attack more sinister than the other ones? I think maybe the fact that it's attacking not only the like crystals itself, but also, it's like affecting the nature and the like wildlife around it, causing the entire like area here to become less hospitable, and just confining the guardians even more and more into like the inner parts of their cave.
mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Yeah, which is something that they haven't really had to worry about as much. They fight the enemies off of the gates and hold them back there, but this is something new, especially for the younger folk who have not have to worry about this like before in their lives.
Right.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Mhm.
Before we move on to the next card, how's everybody feeling?
Feeling pretty good. I think we
This
could
is
go
fun.
a couple
Okay.
more. Yeah.
Ocean, want to go ahead and take the next card then?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and flip the next. Oh, not the entire deck, please. There we go. And I'll go ahead and put
You
it
tired?
on
Oh, I
top
hope you can
of
get some rest.
the area here.
Okay.
Just
The
move
lake
this
again.
here. Yeah, the lake again.
Ooh,
The
Yeah.
10 of
of
hearts.
Hearts. Pincer attack. Oh, it's this thing again. Good night,
Oh
Corgi.
boy.
Hope you sleep
Oh.
well.
Good
Sleep
night,
well.
Corgi.
The Guardians are engaged in combat with the threat, standing firm, steadily gaining ground. When shouts for help cut through the fray, the frontal assault is a ploy to distract the Guardians from a more vital strike from the rear. Weapons raised, the threat hoped to take advantage of the worn-down Guardians.
Oh.
Ocean,
Let's
go
roll
ahead
this
and roll up.
die.
Success is getting harder and
Come
harder.
on.
Oh!
Oh.
The cascade of failures.
The threat's
Oh,
plan
no.
works. Worn out, the Guardians begin to give ground. At what moment does it feel like they've lost?
Mm. So, just like they expected, the threat, like, and like is inside the caves. They attack, and they like they bounce off mostly like relatively well off of the barricades and defenses that the Guardians have set up around their homes. But while that's happening, perhaps some of the dark creatures that made it in and have maybe been hiding inside of the grape vineyards, the grape crystal
After the
vineyards,
storm.
after the storm, sneak out while they hear the commotion and attack from behind and start killing the guardians from inside their own defenses.
Yeah. I think the moment that it feels like they've lost is when civilians start dying
Mhm.
because they came from like the caverns.
Yeah,
That
they
hosts
came
the like
from
the
behind them.
living spaces and stuff.
Yeah, where they thought they would be most safe.
Suddenly, something shifts and it appears that the threat is focusing their destructive power on the sanctuary itself, and not the Guardians. What do they destroy in the assault?
Ooh.
Well, they are in the watering hole.
Yeah, I think that they're like, the presence of them as well as like the blood and ichor and goop that had been spilled from the fights before starts to pool even more heavily in the water source, and the lake starts to turn like pitch black with the all the stuff that's being mixed into it, and the glow of the crystals that was once there is no longer visible at all. So the nice glowing shimmering crystal lights that used to light up the cavern start to go out, and it really feels like everything is going dark in the cave. Mhm.
Anything to add to that, Cat?
No, I agree with that.
Okay.
Mm.
The Guardians do what they can to stop the destruction, but the threat is just too strong. After significant destruction, the threats smugly fall back. How will the Guardians cope with the losses?
Oh. Well, I think what with their main source of water gone, I think they're gonna have to get help from the village that was previously corrupted and now realizes what's going on and has a incentive to help with the threat. So now they have to rely on what's it?
Water shipments?
Foreign aid.
Oh,
yeah, shipments.
Yeah, shipments of water from the village outside, and that takes up even more of their dwindling population to manage and take care of. Yeah, I think maybe even having to do even more difficult, tiresome effort like that wears the people down even more, and it makes it even harder for them to manage.
Also, they probably have
their
to
stress.
go dig walls outside their compound and stuff. Wells, sorry, not walls.
Yeah.
Yeah, they'll have to be unsafe and stuff when they go out to go fetch water for day-to-day use and stuff.
Hmm.
Mm.
I also feel like just people will generally be a bit more weakened now that they aren't drinking that delicious grape flavored water that was infused with magic.
True, yeah. Maybe a part of their source of power is now starting to be cut off. Okay. All right.
Okay. Anything else to add to that?
I think that's pretty good. That's definitely a very ominous and dark note to end on, especially as their darkest hour approaches.
Cat, it is your turn.
Okie dokie. Well, with everything so weakened, I think it's time for the darkness to be truly ambitious and go for the vineyard.
The Ace of
Ooh.
Spades.
Okay.
A
What
treacherous
a card.
offer.
Yeah.
A lone foe approaches the sanctuary, ignoring any command to halt, moving closer and closer until they're mere feet from the sanctuary. They regard the handful of armed guards who've gathered. I'm not here to fight, the figure declares in a booming voice. I'm here to offer you a chance to abandon this futility, to join us. Anyone who follows me now is welcomed with open arms, past transgressions forgiven. Any takers?
Ooh.
Mm.
All right. Go ahead and make that roll. Ooh. Okay. Yep, this is it. The
Yeah.
final days are upon us.
A guardian steps forward with a scoff, ready to drive the figure away. But as they raise their weapon, another guardian steps forward and declares, "I'll go with you," in a clear voice. Who is this guardian? How do the others try and fail to change their mind?
I think Corgid, the hero of our story, steps forward to try and denounce this intruder into their lands. Who's so boldly in their time of disaster clearly walked into their most sacred sanctuary and tried to tempt them away from the crystal. But as they try to raise their weapon, raise their arm to command their companion to attack, maybe their teacher, maybe the one that helped to train them,
Ooh.
steps forward and says that they'll go, that
they're tired of all
they'll-
this guardian business.
maybe they lost someone important to them in the fighting, and so they don't really have too much more will to go on and fight even more. Yeah. And how do the others try and fail to stop and change their mind? I think Corgid would be our hero, of course, trying to plead with them to say, how could you? You taught me the ways of the Guardians. You taught me the importance of what we're doing, the duties that we have here, and tries to appeal to them that way. But they shake their head and they can't really bear it anymore. They say that they lost their wife and their kid in one of the recent conflicts with the threat, and they don't really have anything left worth defending here. And if the world is going to be consumed by it all, then they want to at least not, die fighting a futile fight against this dark threat.
Mm-hmm. Anything to add, Kat?
I feel like just I feel like there would just be an air of sort of defeat, and people would know that, yeah, they have a point in leaving, and not most of the Guardians would not try too hard.
Maybe some of the other ones would even be swayed a little bit towards their position.
The Guardian steps away from the group, moving towards the figure, who is smiling widely. Do the other Guardians let them leave? How does this affect the rest of the sanctuary?
Yeah, I think the other Guardians, the other ones are not super intent on, fighting their own first and foremost, but also, like Kat said, they're also exhausted and tired and, not really have the energy to really try and fight this thing and see the point a little bit. And Corgid doesn't want to fight her mentor like that, and so is unable to truly raise any resistance to stop them. Yeah.
Okay.
Any thoughts, Kat?
No, I agree.
And then how does this affect the rest of the sanctuary?
I'm guessing a lot of people suddenly realize, you know what? I'm leaving too.
Yeah. I
Because
think maybe all but the one hero perhaps stays behind.
No,
all but
I
one
feel like
hero leave.
a lot of people.
I feel
the
like
press,
there should be a group.
Mhm.
It's not
Okay.
just Corgi, but a lot of the people with children to protect or who can't fight too well just leave.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
because
Seems
we've
like
hit the
the reason
point
why.
where a success on the die is no longer possible.
Mm-hmm.
So unless you have
That's it.
anything else to add to that, we'll move on to our final phase.
I think that's it. Yeah.
Mhm.
That's the end game now.
The Last Stand. The fate of the Guardians has been sealed. They cannot survive the final stand against the threat. By the end, only one will remain. Roll a d6 and consult the endings table below to determine the final fate of the conflict. Answer the prompts to your satisfaction. When you are done, the game ends as a single Guardian rises to protect the Sanctuary in the aftermath of the final battle.
All right. Soroka, roll that die.
Got a 4.
4.
Okay.
Defeat comes swiftly to the Guardians. Within hours, all who rose to protect the Sanctuary lie defeated at the feet of the threat. As the threat begins to move through the Sanctuary, eager to claim their prize, the Sanctuary swells with power. With an eruption of energy, the threat is gone in an instant. pushed back beyond the confines of the sanctuary. What does this look like? What scar does it leave on the sanctuary? With a second surge, the same destructive energy that drove out the threat wraps itself around one of the fallen guardians, bringing them back to life. A lone protector, a sentinel. What does this resurrection look like? Who has been revived? What about them is different now?
Hmm.
Ooh, this is an interesting one.
Yeah, well,
Um,
firstly, when it says within hours, I like to think that's within hours of the last event. Like, as soon as the people who decided to leave left, immediate attack.
Yeah, which makes
Mhm.
sense.
Yeah,
Mm.
the darkness has swayed as many people as it could, and now it's time for it to finish off the rest and claim its prize.
Hmm.
Yeah. Okay. So I think after like they are attacked by an immense wave of enemies, so dense in number that it's impossible to count them out. Um, and it's clear to the Guardians that this is not going to be a fight that they can win for sure. And so they're swiftly wiped out, fighting valiantly to the end, but all of them falling in the end. Yeah.
Hmm.
So,
I
Yeah.
think. Oh, go ahead.
with an eruption of energy, the threat is gone in an instant, pushed back beyond the confines of the sanctuary. What does this look like?
So
Can
I
I
immediately think.
go
Go
for it?
ahead.
Mm.
Oh, I was just gonna say I immediately think of the power of the grape crystal. Uh, causes the grapevines, the different magical vines that have been tethering all the other grape bundles and stuff to it, to like rip open the ground, and with a strenuous crack of the cave, like pieces of it fall in and like parts of the cave in and crumble around as like powerful tendrils of like crystal like vine come in and start
Mm.
to like wrap around creatures and you know strangle them and destroy them and slice through them with their with the vines and the thorns and stuff like
Yeah.
that.
I was also thinking that, like the old abandoned room, like whenever it was done dealing with the threat, it would have like expended itself too much and started to turn into the hard sort of sour crystal and
Mm.
seal off the sanctuary for the rest of time.
Yeah, like some of the crystal vines like wrap around the crystal to defend it from some of the enemies and start to harden into like a nigh unbreakable wall protection as a last sort of defense for it.
Hmm.
Mm.
Hmm.
So, what scar does it leave on the sanctuary?
I
Probably a bunch
think,
of like broken, like torn up flooring and stuff, because
yeah,
you said a bunch of
Yeah.
cracks form out of it.
yeah, like that's obviously now this is a ruin of a village. It's no longer livable. There's places where like the ground is caved in and it's no longer passable, traversable. There's
Hmm.
like some caved in sections that no longer can be accessed anymore. And maybe there's like, more chasms with like glowing crystals in that sprout out from them that provide some kind of like obstructions from access to the main areas.
Hmm.
Maybe even like a dungeon puzzle, perhaps. Who
Oh my
knows?
god.
Yeah.
Anything to add to that, Cat?
Um, not really. Just the thought of like with this the last crystal like closing itself off from the world.
Mm.
Like all the magical creatures are gonna die and the world is gonna become mundane and less polygonal.
Hmm.
Oh
And
no.
then it revives Corgi, brings him back
Mhm.
to life. A lone protector, a sentinel. What does this resurrection look like? Who has been revived? And what about them is different now? Can I say what about them is different now?
Yes.
Sure.
They have glowing purple eyes.
Oh hell yeah,
Uh,
of course, of course. And I think the way that they get them perhaps is their creature companion um, comes out of hiding. It was perhaps like hidden away somewhere safe after like fighting and trying to like protect its master, but Corgi like pushed it away and like like put it into like a cart or something like that, and kept it covered so that it was safe from the enemy like attack. And I think it emerges perhaps, and
Mm.
with its last dying breath, like lies down next to Corgid, and the like crystal energy that it had gained from living near and like eating the more pure crystal fruits, like the great bundles that were like growing near the sanctuary,
Mm.
perhaps cause it to its lifeless corpse to like maybe transfer some of that energy over to Corgid, maybe even merging their souls, perhaps.
Oh,
Mm.
the sword in your soul.
Mhm.
Hmm.
Yeah.
That's a reference to The Boy and the Beast, which I watched like yesterday or
The
no, the day before.
I can't
Mhm.
believe you killed Corgi's pet.
I'm
Mm.
so sorry. Unfortunately, I think it's compelling to, as an author, I think it's
As an offer.
but yeah, no, I think that's maybe a good way to like it's like the last of the creatures and stuff, and that's like, it's part of why it makes Corgis powered so special.
The
It's the
last
last of the
unicorn.
creatures, yeah, that grants its power to one hero to save them and bring back the crystal and its power perhaps someday.
Hmm.
Hmm.
Okay. Is
But
there
yeah.
any ending note? If you aren't quite finished with your sanctuary and its lone guardian, their story can continue in the game Sentinel.
Oh,
Hmm.
which is the sequel for this one, which
Yeah,
is why it specifically calls it a Sentinel.
I don't think it's in the
Hmm.
bundle, but if it is, we'll keep an eye out for it because we can
Yeah.
Hmm.
continue that later. So,
Yeah.
but that is, I think, the end of Sanctuary.
Mhm.
What did everybody think of it?
Very
Uh,
fun game.
yeah. Um, I thought it was very fun. I was like, I don't know if it was just coincidence or our storytelling, but I was pleasantly surprised by how well the events fit,
Hmm.
if that makes sense.
Hmm.
Yeah, we were very lucky with the cards we drew and them like lining up very sequentially and making sense from one to another.
Hmm. And another thing I'm thinking is that, like, although the art of the rulebook is quite fantasy, there is literally nothing in these rules that restrict your setting. Like, this could be like some sci-fi setting where they're protecting a literal power source or something
Hmm.
completely different, and it would still work.
Yeah,
Hmm.
it's pretty flexible as far as like what you could what you could do with the system. It seems pretty good, and I really appreciate the like the nice hefty bit of lore that you get for every like nice paragraph you get of each kind of prompt, and then
Yeah.
how there are things that happen on successes and failures, and
Hmm.
Hmm.
how the game basically slowly makes it so that you are destined to have a little failure, but that
Hmm.
I think it works pretty well.
Yeah, it's a very robust system, so it's very got a lot of variety, and I think a lot of replayability. If you wanted to play this multiple times, play with different groups, different people, and
Hmm.
see how different stories unwind. It's got a pretty good amount of over interpretation too, like like you guys said, for different settings and different kinds of setups. Like you guys were thinking of vastly different like amounts of guardians in the place, and like thinking it was a little bit smaller, whereas I was thinking a larger scale. Like there's a lot of room open for interpretation for that kind of stuff,
Hmm.
which is really nice.
What
Mhm.
matters is by the end of the game, there is only the last guardian.
Mhm.
Hmm.
This sentinel standing at the end. Dun dun dun.
Dun dun dun.
Yeah.
So thank you all. So thank you two so much for joining in for all these games. We went pretty late, but then we did get $100 donation, so
Yeah.
I feel like that's
Oh wait,
perfectly fair.
did we? I think I was napping. Thank you for the $100, whoever that was.
They were anonymous, so
Mhm.
I decided, well, we're gonna take as much time as we need with these games. So
Yeah. Mhm.
seeing as like
Give a good
otherwise
choice.
I don't want to have to like be like, oh, Anonymous, reveal yourself.
Yeah. But yeah, it was a very, very good set of games this time. It was
Hmm.
very fun. Yeah, I feel very inspired with all the world building that got done for our different games today.
Mm.
It was a good time.
It was, yeah, it was really cool. I think definitely my favorite of the night is Sanctuary. I think I really
Yeah.
like the physical bit of building out the map,
Hmm.
and the mechanics make for an interesting storytelling thing.
Yeah, for sure. It's a very well designed game, and you know, definitely incentivizes me to maybe go look at their other games since they obviously have a sequel for this one and maybe other
Hmm.
ones. So yeah, very exciting.
Any other thoughts, Kat?
Just like enjoyed how in sync me and Ocean were with the lore building.
Yeah,
Cute.
it was very good. You can tell we've spent some time doing some
Making
watching
some
similar
stories.
movies. Yeah, exactly. Kind of in the same mindset on some things. But yeah, it was
Nice.
definitely a fun time.
Well, it was
Something
very
definitely to
fun.
be enjoyed with friends for sure.
Absolutely, yeah. It was nice. Thank you so much for joining in for this one, Kat. I think it really helped
Of course.
Yeah.
add an extra person to make those ideas.
Like
Yeah.
as long as this is still going on, feel free to like call upon me for any game because I'm up
Sure.
for basically any of them. I just like you know, I'm forgetful and forget to put my name in the sheet.
That
Yeah.
is totally okay. There's a lot of games, and we're kind of just like I'm just kind of running whatever ones I can get away with, basically.
Yeah.
Um,
You're doing your best with what scheduling has.
mhm. And so as we're basically, oh god, we're in the final 5 days of November. So
Yeah.
I'm thinking hopefully I can get one more group thing in, and then maybe like one final solo day. And then basically we'll be going down to doing this twice a month, kind of like, just taking a look at a couple games each session.
Mm.
Um, I don't, I think I might skip December just to clear the way for other things, but then come back with it in January.
Yeah.
Mm,
Just because we've done this a lot. But thank you all so much for making this like as much as a success as it was, because we've almost raised $500, and
Mm.
that's huge.
Yeah. Thank you
So
for all the people who've donated so much money to help out this very, very good cause.
indeed.
Mhm.
it's been really fantastic, and thank you to everybody who donated. Thank you to everybody who watched, and a special thank you to everybody who agreed to play these games on basically such like a last minute kind of thing.
Mm.
Sometimes like hopefully usually like a day in advance, but sometimes it was like an hour or two. Be like, hey, you want to come join in for this game?
Yeah. But
Especially
sometimes,
you and Kat, Ocean and Kat, you two are. I appreciate you two being so flexible like that.
no problem. Always happy to be here. And, it
Yeah.
means that we get to play some fun games that we might not have otherwise tried out. So
Hmm.
it was a fun time.
It's because we don't have job schedules.
Haha, being unemployed is fun. But yeah, it has been really fun. It's definitely been very nice to be able to poke around with these games that otherwise I probably wouldn't bother to like set up, because this is kind of one of those things where it's like, hey, you want to do like some roly games? And that's just kind of like harder to set up versus just like, oh, you want to hop on like Lethal Company or TRG or something.
Yeah. Our usual collab go-tos.
Yeah, or like Jackbox or whatever. So thank you so much for taking a chance on these games, and
Yeah.
for helping me out. So
They've been
yeah,
pretty good. Yeah.
yeah, and thank a huge thank you to everybody who rated. I I thanked you, right, Kat? Please tell me I thanked you. Yes, like on 3 days ago. Did I not?
Oh, I I I don't remember. I'm sure you did. Don't worry about it.
Okay, I did. Good. I don't know why, but I was suddenly just like, did I do that? Did I like? Is this like the one time I didn't thank everybody for doing a raid? I don't know why. I just like, I just saw your name like, and you raided, and I'm like, I don't think I thanked you.
I
It
think
just
your
is that
mind is
very
playing
rare.
tricks on you because I never stream.
Yeah.
Maybe it's that. But thank you two so much for joining for me today. Let's go ahead and find somebody to raid.
Sounds good.
And while
Hmm.
I do that, just quickly pop up and let you know what we're doing today, which is we're going through all of the 256 games for Gaza inside of the itch.io bundle in raise funds for medical aid for Palestinians. Um, so we're going each day, and or not each day, but we're doing this every stream until December 1st, and then we'll be taking a break and then doing it twice a month starting in January. So just FYI on that. Um, let's see who to pass you on to here.
Hmm.
I'm gonna pass you on to somebody who I have not rated yet. Marky Chin. Except that I fucked everything up. Who's playing some Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time, which I think is also they're also doing a randomizer, so that's cool. So thank you all so much for tuning in, and I'll probably see you back on Monday or Tuesday. I haven't decided yet, but hopefully we'll get some more fun games in.
Hmm.
But until then, thank you all so much for tuning in, and hope to see you soon. Bye bye, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Bye.